And Joseph and I are going to kind of wing it right now.
Like we haven't before.
Yeah, really. But I was asking Joseph, I have this fascination with templates. And, I asked Joseph, I said, what can they do with these templates? And I was kind of taken back. I learn a little more each time I talk with you, Joseph. A little more comes out. Go back into these templates. Can they can make them?
Well, yeah. I mean, a template, as I've been describing it in previous shows, is simply the interference grid pattern that results when you interfere two or more beams of electromagnetic energy on a particular area. And I've used the illustration of, taking a bunch of pebbles and then throwing them up into the air into a smooth pond, and then watching all the little wave ripples overlap. And that overlapping, it is precisely what physicists call interference.
Yeah.
And that little interference pattern that you get of all these overlapping waves with their little nodes of intersection and so on and so forth, that's the actual template, okay?
Uh-huh.
Now, that interference pattern is an interesting thing, because the interference pattern itself, if you can kind of take a snapshot of each pattern, every object in a certain sense is giving these things off all the time, these kind of interference patterns. And there would be different interference patterns for different types of things or things that you wanted to do. So in a certain sense, this template is itself a technology of manipulating something to produce a certain desired effect. So in other words, there's a technology which is the template, and then there's the technology to produce the template.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got two different things at work here, but the technology of producing these templates, of course, has been around for a very, very long time. The actual study of these templates or these interference patterns themselves is a much more recent thing. But when you look at that study, it becomes very evident that some people have a rudimentary ability to make templates for producing certain types of things, and other people have advanced that technology beyond that. So, an answer to the question, what can you do with them? Well, that depends, first of all, on who you're talking about, and then secondly, on what it is you think that they might be able to do with this. But the latter question, potentially, we've talked about so many different things in all of these lectures, but you can manipulate weather with it conceivably. You can manipulate emotional states. You can manipulate physiological states. You can...
In other words, you mean you could make people very sick?
Or very well.
Yes.
It works both ways. It's a two-edged sword. But you could do that. You can manipulate various physiological effects, emotional effects, and of course, in its most destructive uses, you can do things such as creating earthquakes.
Yes.
You can, if you take it to the very extreme measure of destructiveness, you could conceivably devastate whole regions or even entire planets. It's a very basic type of theory, but the practical application, of course, depends on how far you've advanced your understanding of it, number one.
Yeah. And
number two, how far you've advanced the technology of producing these things to create these grid patterns with an exact resonance response in the target that you want to produce. And then the third thing, of course, is if you're going to be producing these terribly destructive things, you have to have an adequate power supply, or I should say or the ability to create very devastating effects due to the inability of your target to damp itself. So there's all these considerations in mind. So, when I'm saying it's theoretically possible to do all of this stuff, well, bear in mind the difficulties and the hard science you have to do to get to each of those goals.
Yeah.
So that's why I say that, when you look at who has this technology, well, pretty much anybody with rudimentary radio technology already has a rudimentary technology to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is you have to have some pretty sophisticated knowledge of a physics technique called phase conjugation.
Yeah.
And you have to have a pretty sophisticated technology to concentrate these electromagnetic waves to a power and concentration necessary to achieve these standing wave template patterns in a region or in a target. So it's one thing to say that theoretically it's possible, but then engineering it, you see, is the real problem.
Yeah.
So when you say that and then ask the question, who is it that has this stuff? Well, if we go back over all the previous talks that we've had on this subject and look at who I think has, and again I underline the word think here, we can't prove this stuff absolutely, but certainly the United States would be one of the nations that would have some grasp on this technology. I think we happen to be one of the nations that has a less sophisticated grasp of it than others. I certainly think that the Russians do, and I think that their understanding of this stuff is more advanced than our own. I think that most likely Brazil has it, and I've outlined my reasons for why I think that in the SS Brotherhood of the Bell. I think Israel has it. And I do think that in Israel's case, as we were dealing with Russia and Brazil, I think they've brought it to a rather sophisticated degree of expertise. I don't think they've brought it to the point of fulfilling all of its potential. I think that there certainly is a case to be made that the European powers, and in particular France and Germany, have this stuff and probably have developed it to a fairly good degree of sophistication as well. I do think that there are private groups that may have their hands on it. I think that Colonel Bearden, in some of his books, makes a case that the Japanese Yakuza has it.
Yes.
I definitely think, and as a matter of fact, I've never talked about this little book before. It's not actually a book I wrote, but it's a book I contributed an article to.
Uh-huh.
It's called Secret and Suppressed 2. TWO, the second installment of a series of books called Secret and Suppressed.
Right.
And that book is published by Farrell House. And if people are interested in the article I wrote in the second book, they should get the first book and read the article in that book that talks about the Nazi International. Because in the article that I wrote for the second book, I am playing off the article in the first one. So it's kind of necessary to see what I'm talking about. But in that book, I kind of outlined the case that I think that this post-war Nazi group also had their hands on this technology, and the case for it is a rather bizarre. That's about the only. When haven't we talked about something bizarre? But
right, right.
But the case for it is a rather bizarre case because it's based on the article in the first one. But basically, to kind of sum it up for people, the case is based around the McDonnell Douglas DC-10, which, as you know, is one of these jumbo jets. It was actually the first jumbo jet that was in commercial production. But as you know, it's been a jumbo jet that's just been beset with problems almost from day one. It seems to crash a lot,
yeah.
and rather inconveniently, and unfortunately killing a lot of people when
yeah.
it does. But the problem is McDonnell Douglas is not a slouch of an engineering company by any stretch of the imagination. But this DC-10 seems to be plagued with just all sorts of very bizarre problems. Cargo doors that pop open, and jets that fly off their pylons, and just if you stop and think about it, a host of problems that you wouldn't imagine a company like McDonnell Douglas as being lacking the engineering expertise to have solved long before any of this got actually into production.
Yeah.
But anyway, the article in the first book mentions or makes kind of an interesting case that these were engineered failures, that somebody was responsible for the sabotage, essentially, of the DC-10.
Right.
Because and it worked. I won't fly, period. But if I have to fly, I will not fly on a DC-10.
I don't blame you.
I just won't do it. It's bad enough if you can get me on an airplane to begin with, because I just won't do it. But if I absolutely cannot avoid flying and have to do it, then I go out of my way to avoid taking one of those airplanes. But in any case, long story short, is that the first article argues that the Nazis, this post-war Nazi international, had perfected some of this technology and was using it to create the necessary metal fatigues and so on and so forth to bring these McDonnell Douglas aircraft down. And I won't go into the rest of the story as to why they were doing that. It concerns, shady business deals between McDonnell Douglas and Messerschmitt Blohm.
Oh, boy.
And we know who Messerschmitt is.
Oh, yes, we sure do.
But anyway, Messerschmitt is, of course, one of the principal producers of the Airbus, the European jumbo jet, which is in direct competition with the American companies. But in any case, I argue in the second book, In Secret and Suppressed 2, that this is really not a story that, if you look at it closely, is all that absurd. Because if you go back to some of the research I present, beginning in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, and then again in Secrets of the Unified Field, if you go back and look at some of the details of that, clearly the Germans were researching this area of physics in World War II. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Because this means that if you're dealing with a post-war Nazi international that is continuing its own independent research projects after the war, as I've argued in the Nazi international, then this means they're likely to have continued investigating this type of physics and bringing it into a relatively sophisticated state of engineering. So, you have to make allowances that there are private groups that have their hands on this technology as well.
Absolutely.
And, in the case of the Japanese Yakuza and the Nazis, we're dealing with two groups of very not nice people.
Right.
So, and in each case, they wouldn't hesitate using it either. So,
that's true.
So, I think you have to make allowances for that. So basically, I boil it down to the United States, Russia, Israel, Brazil, the two big European powers, and then some of these private criminal organizations.
Oh yeah, and I agree. Private criminal organizations, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Well, with this template effect, you could alter the reality of a whole region if you wanted to.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on what it is you want to do. But you and I have been exchanging emails in the last couple months, and I've got a couple friends I talk to around the country. That we've been experiencing this unusual fatigue.
Oh yeah.
It just seems to be that all you want to do is sleep. And when you get up, you want to go right back to sleep.
Oh, yes.
And you get up and try and do something for a couple of hours, and then you want to go take a nap,
Right.
And you know, I'm not a sleepaholic by any stretch of the imagination. I am one of those people that does require more sleep than your average person, but I'm certainly not a sleepaholic.
Right.
But, you know, until a couple of weeks ago, I was just having this enormous fatigue and was barely able to function. And it was just not natural. There wasn't anything I was doing that I had changed in my daily habits or in my eating habits. There hadn't been any unusual, you know, low or high pressures just kind of hovering over South Dakota. You know, all of the standard explanations for it. And it was so unusual because you were experiencing the same thing, and a friend of mine out in California was experiencing the same thing, and a couple of other people I knew out on the East Coast. So, you know, it was just very peculiar. And you could, you know, with this technology, you could conceivably, if you had brought it to a sufficient pitch of development, you could conceivably induce these kinds of very interesting physiological effects over a region. So,
Well, you could induce anger. Now, is this part of the HARP thing?
Well, I get that question a lot, and I have mixed feelings about it. I'm kind of 50-50 about it, to be honest with you. The HARP array is, in a certain sense, the kind of technology that one would need for this type of stuff, in that the HARP array depends on, you know, if anyone knows the story of it, the HARP is simply a set of radio antennas up outside of a little town in Alaska called Gakona. And these radio antennas are arrayed in kind of a checkerboard pattern on a piece of land outside this little town. And what these radio antennas are, they're a phased array of a set of antennas. And what phased array antennas do is they simply broadcast a radio signal that is each antenna is slightly out of phase with the other antennas. So that you can literally shape or bend the radio signal into the kind of pattern that you want. You know, radio stations have been using this, you know, for decades. You know, there's a couple of famous radio stations up around Tulsa, where you are, that actually have phased array antennas that will broadcast a signal and to cover a particular area of the region up there that you know that they are licensed to cover, and to do that they have to use these phased array antennas and bend the signal into this shape. So, you know, it's a very old technology. There's, you know, it's very well known to radio engineers, and has been for a long time. But what HARP is it's a big, vast set of these things. It's a huge, huge set of phased array antennas. You know, we're not just talking, you know, 2 or 3 towers. We're talking literally 100. So, you know, engineering that kind of array is a rather different ballgame than merely dealing with 3 of them. But while it's the kind of technology that you would use in a certain sense, I don't know if it would be a practical way of creating some of these effects, nor even a very desirable one. That's my problem with it. I think that there are more practical ways of doing these things than HARP.
Well, actually, wouldn't HARP be considered sort of an old technology?
In a certain sense, it is, yes. The patent for it, I think, was 1979, 1980, somewhere in there. Bernard Eastland was the physicist that patented the very beginnings of that. But it's a fairly old technology. But you know, there's no doubt in my mind that there are aspects of the HARP project that could be used to experiment with or test some of these ideas. But as for its use to create these very advanced effects, that I don't know. Like I say, I think probably there's more practical ways of doing it. I do think it is peculiar that you see the HARP project getting underway in the 80s, you know, early 80s when the patent comes out, and then the involvement of ARCO and some of these people. I think that's very peculiar in terms of the timing, because, you know, of course, you have President Reagan and his Star Wars speech and so on and so forth, but at the same time, very quietly, you had the beginning, I think, of awareness within the American military intelligence community that the Soviets had been doing this kind of research for quite some time.
Yeah, didn't they have something called Joules?
Well, the Soviets had a phenomenon that shortwave ham operators were well aware of or acquainted with, and that was the so-called woodpecker.
Woodpecker, yeah.
Yeah, the woodpecker signals, sounded like a woodpecker just pecking on wood.
Yeah.
But they did determine that these were originating within the Soviet Union, and there were some people, including Colonel Bearden, that speculated that these signals had something to do with the Soviet development of this technology. But the long story short is that the Soviet Union was doing this sort of research at least 2 decades before we started, showing a real interest in it, at least as far as the public record shows, and I think the public record here is fairly accurate. But my take again is if we extend Colonel Bearden's argument, and I do this in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, the real origins of it, I am quite certain, are within Nazi Germany and probably right around the years 1943 to 45.
Yeah,
that's bad news.
yeah. Well, it's for sure a lot of this technology went underground and has flourished. You and I have talked a lot of times privately about the Tower of Babel.
Yes.
Okay. There are people that have said that what they were trying to do was join heaven and earth, because God says, if these jokers are allowed to do this, there won't be anything they can't do. So, I mean, just building a mud tower doesn't fit with what God said, No. So, in some of the other old writings, I believe in the Pseudepigrapha, it talks about, and I can't remember in the 2-volume set which volume it's in, but it talks about that heaven was open unto the third heaven in the days of Adam and Eve. There are numerous stories in ancient literature about that. Now, if, then when this closed down, we've got angels with swords protecting the way to the garden. Then, we've got these people after the flood that evidently had some memories of this technology, and they were trying to do something. Joseph, in your opinion, what do you think they were trying to do?
Well, we've covered the Tower of Babel story before, but to put it into this context, if you, for example, go to the Sumerian literature, they will describe something called the Dur-Anki, which is the name of if you will, one of these towers or ziggurats or gates or whatever you wish to call them. But the name Dur-Anki means quite literally bond heaven earth. Okay, or the bond of heaven and earth.
Right.
But there are so many what I call paleophysical technological explanations of the Tower of Babel. One of the most popular being that they were trying to create some sort of stargate or wormhole device. The problem with viewing these things along the standard model of physics is that a wormhole is, as I've said before, 1 billion times tinier than tiny. Okay? It's just an incredibly small little thing. It's on the order of the Planck length, which is just, like I say, it's 1 billion times tinier than tiny. So the idea, first of all, of creating any sort of gate of that sort that depends on a wormhole through which one can, so to speak, step, okay, is really begging so many physical questions. You know, first of all, it requires an enormous amount of energy to open up a wormhole to begin with. And secondly, you know, what are you going to do with it once you do? Because you can't really, at least conceivably, the literature I've read so far, and I mean, I certainly don't claim to have read every piece of paper on wormholes, but the problem that physicists note is that, just to cite Michio Kaku, for an example, is that if you're going to create this thing, what are you going to do with it once you do? You can't put anything through it, because anything that you try to put through it is just gimongously huge compared to the wormhole itself. So he speculates, well, maybe what you do is you can possibly send information of some sort through it.
Right.
You know, but that really doesn't do you a whole lot of good in a certain sense. But there is another way. You see, this is the problem that I keep trying to drill into these people that want to talk about wormholes and so on and so forth, is that you've got, first of all, to consider that you have another possibility of rationalizing these things theoretically and technologically, and that is torsion. Now, torsion itself, within most physical papers that you read about it, is a very, very small phenomenon. However, the difference between torsion and a wormhole is, number one, you can create the effects without having to draw on the energy of the galaxy to do it. Okay? And then secondly, torsion does not require the extremely small dimensions of a wormhole. And at the same time, it can produce these very extreme effects within the fabric of space-time that are very similar to a wormhole in some respects. Okay? So I keep saying to people that you've got to look outside the standard physics model to other alternative models that are there in the physics literature and try and rationalize these things on that basis. Now, with that background, let's go back to the Tower of Babel.
Okay.
I think that if you look at that event in the context of everything I've written, particularly in the pyramid books, and then in the, oh boy, I forgot the name of my own book. Jeez, this is bad. Cosmic War, there we go.
Yes. That's our series.
That's our series. Yes.
We're in number 13.
Okay. Okay, I'm caught up now.
Okay.
If you look at what I've written in those books, I think what they're trying to do is simply to construct a device which I believe to be a pyramid, because they have enough of that legacy from the pre-existing civilization from which they descend that knew enough to know that these pyramids somehow function as these hyperdimensional torsion machines, okay? And I think that if you view the Tower of Babel in that light and then look at what Genesis records God as saying, you know, we've got to go down there and confound their tongues, otherwise they will be able to do whatever they imagine to do.
I know.
Well,
that's scary.
Well, again, going back to the basic idea of these templates, once you've got this basic physics down, and once you understand this science of interferometry and producing these wave effects templates, if you have it down to a sufficient pitch, if you have it down to a sufficient degree of development, then yeah, you can pretty much do, quote-unquote, whatever you imagine to do, okay? Because in a certain sense, these templates, reality itself, matter itself, if you go back into the ancient texts and read what they say, not with a metaphysician's eye, or not with an alchemist's eye or any of this, but read it with a physicist's eye, with a mathematician's eye, with an engineer's eye. What they are describing there is a physics wherein matter itself is precisely a result of one of these templates.
Oh.
So you can conceivably construct a template that is exactly 180 degrees out of phase with a particular template of anything. You can literally, so to speak, knot it, N-O-T, knot it, okay? And it's interesting that, I put it precisely that way because it is interesting if you look again in the Sumerian texts, some of their descriptions of some of these divine weapons are quite literally described in precisely those terms as a knotting machine, an N-O-T-I-N-G machine, or to use the German word Vernichtung. I like that word because it's almost an exact translation in a certain sense of some of these ideas that you find. Vernichtung meaning quite simply the knotting of something, to knot, to T-O-N-O-T, to knot something. Okay, that's quite literally what that German word means. That's quite literally what you see some of these Sumerian texts saying about some of this technology. That's what I think they're trying to do at the Tower of Babel. And the tower itself is most likely some sort of pyramidal structure, because you always, as I argue in the Cosmic War, you always find this technology talked about in a broader context that always involves those types of structures. So again, to me, we're being given clues all over the place in these ancient texts if you take them seriously. That's the whole key right there.
Wow. Yeah, well, I do.
Well, I do too.
Whoa. Well, okay. You have said in one of your books that every object has a time lock. Okay.
It's not my idea, but I quote someone else,
Yeah. What exactly does that mean?
Well, I think that the person that originally said it meant, let's go back to what I just said. Matter itself arises as a result of a template like this. Yeah. It's a template of interfering wave patterns in the physical medium itself. Okay?
You move here. We're going to build one of these, and we're going to just do things. I've got some ideas.
Somehow, I think the powers that be would not want to see anyone trying to do this.
They would never know until it was all over.
Yeah. But anyway, if you go back to this idea of matter itself as being a result of one of these templates, in other words, as a result of an interfering wave pattern within the physical medium, okay? Yeah. If you go back to that idea and then couple with it the technology to produce it, then if you look at what any system that arises is, it arises at a certain point in time, okay? So that point of arrival is somehow part and parcel of its template, okay? This is why, and I'm not going to get into the specifics, I do so in the new book that's coming out, I hope, soon. Yes. But this is why you see the ancient fascination with astrology. Oh, yes. Because if you look at it in a certain way, what they're telling you is that the planets form a template.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and they give off these interfering wave patterns, and those will produce some sort of aggregate effect in the emotional and behavioral responses of humans. Right. Okay? And that effect will vary depending, if I can kind of read into what they're saying, kind of vary depending on one's resonance. In other words, when one was actually born and what the configuration of the geometry was at that time. Right. Okay? This is why if you read astrological descriptions of personality types, they are eerily accurate. Yes, in spite of the fact that you can find any number of scientists that will sit down and tell you, oh, it's all just a bunch of baloney and so on and so forth. But, you know, I challenge, I always throw back to those kinds of people.
Yes.
Okay, well, take out all the astrological references in what you're reading and substitute psychological ones or psychiatric ones. And then put it out there as a psychiatric paper. Would it still be inaccurate? Would it still be a pseudoscience, or would it merely be a soft science? Okay?
Yeah.
So, you know, I do think, in other words, that there was at one time a scientific basis to astrology, that what we're looking at with astrology is a much, much declined legacy of something that was much more sophisticated.
Absolutely.
And that, I think, is basically what this person meant by time lock. It's simply a kind of a modern euphemism for, you know, what's your sun sign? And he was saying it precisely to avoid astrological implications, but you know they're rather obvious once you stop and see what he's saying.
Well, yeah, I have said repeatedly, Joseph, that you know everything out there that we see in the sky, that's God's book. In the sky, and I've pointed fingers. I have said, you know, they have kept a lot of religious people very ignorant. You know,
intentionally so.
Intentionally, you bet. And you know, like you said, this was a very deep science in the ancient world. However, in the world we know, it is degenerated into cheap fortune telling.
Right. One of the things that I go to great lengths, I hope, to show in the new book is that this aspect of it is a very deeply and closely held secret by certain classes of people. I hope I made in that new book a sufficient demonstration of the ancientness of that connection between this class of people and that astrological scientific legacy.
Right.
I think it is very, very old, and I think that there are aspects of it. You know, let's go back to what astrology was in Babylon and Sumer.
Yes.
Because if you look closely, it was not a preoccupation with the individual.
Right.
It was a preoccupation with what a modern astrologist would call a mundane horoscope. In other words, the prediction of aggregate human behavior of a nation.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's what the preoccupation was then. So, you know, once we have said the word aggregate, we're just a tiny step away from quantum mechanics because, again, in quantum mechanics, you are not concerned with predictions of the behavior of an individual particle. You are concerned with the aggregate statistical behavior of a lot of particles.
You betcha.
Okay, this is the major difference, and as you say, it's a major difference between the way that people think of astrology now and what it really was back then.
Back then, that's right.
And again, I'm stressing the fact that the back then is already a declined legacy of something that was once much more sophisticated.
Oh, yes.
Now, that having been said, I do present evidence in the new book that somebody, I won't say who, I know who, and I present it in the new book. I do present evidence that somebody in modern times began to assemble a vast database.
Yes.
That more or less corresponds with and can be used as a way of going back and interpreting some of these astrological mundane horoscopes.
Right.
So in other words, there is an attempt, a very, very quiet one. It's very public, but it's very quiet.
Right, right.
Okay, to connect the huge database that modern science has available to it to connect it with some of these ancient cosmological views.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go further. There is evidence to suggest in that very database that the same class of people is assembling it. Or if not involved in the assembling of it, are at least watching it very closely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, just a small, tiny little thing. And on a personal level, you might say, when somebody's going to give a speech,
mm-hmm.
it's not wise to do that if their Mercury is retrograde.
Right. There's all sorts of these things.
Yeah.
That again, if you look at what a modern astrologist would call a mundane horoscope,
mm-hmm.
the horoscope of a nation.
Right.
Okay. Or an aggregate group of people. If you look at that and then compare it to known other databases
mm-hmm.
or known events in history, what emerges is an extremely interesting picture.
Oh, yes, yes. Absolutely. Yeah, and there is some very good software.
Oh, yeah, I know
that.
Yeah.
People can get a hold of that they can, I've got some. I can go back 2,000 years or more.
Right.
And any area of the world and
right.
pinpoint a lot of things, and it's amazing.
Oh, yes, it is.
How, a war broke out.
Right.
And if you look at the cosmological pattern,
right.
it had to break out.
Right, right, right.
And that's, I know a lot of these people are looking at the United States right now to see what's what.
Well, there's one additional thing I would have to add to what you just said, and that is that there are these definite and distinct patterns, but I would hesitate to say that on the basis of these patterns, certain things have to happen.
Yeah.
What is crucial to observe is that if you are aware of the pattern, you can take steps to prevent certain behaviors. And
right.
The other thing that's very interesting here is that in certain areas of human activity, the pattern itself cannot be broken, it seems. Okay?
Yeah.
But you can take steps to exacerbate
yes.
or inhibit
mm-hmm.
the trend
yeah.
within that pattern. Okay? Now, the other crucial point here is, let's go back to the idea of templates.
Oh, yes, let's do.
Because you see, the key here that these people are after is if you have a physics that is aware of all of this, that all of this somehow is the result of an ever-changing dynamic or geometry, a pattern in the celestial mechanics itself, and therefore a physics.
Right.
If you recognize the fact that pattern is in turn itself the result of a higher dimensional interference
right.
or template, then once you acquire the technology to alter that template,
mm-hmm.
you can conceivably alter the pattern itself. Okay? This is ultimately, I think, what their goal is. Because they want to escape, at least for themselves anyway, they want to escape these patterns.
Yes.
Okay? They want to break out of them. So, yeah, it's, there is an immense, enormous spiritual implication to this type of physics.
And it is a type of physics.
Oh, yes, it is. Absolutely. No question. Unquestionably.
In the Gospels, there's a very interesting statement, as above, so below.
Well, I don't recall that being in the Gospels, but that principle is a principle of Hermeticism. I mean, it's just it is prevalent throughout any sort of Hermetic text. It is an ancient law. You find it in almost all human cultures,
without
exception. So, that's telling us yet another clue that, there is or was, at least at one time, a much more profound understanding of these things. And, the type of physics that we're talking about here has two absolutely essential characteristics, and I've mentioned this before. Number one, they are all hyperdimensional theories.
Right.
In other words, they are all theories that are dealing with more than three spatial dimensions. And in my opinion, and I'm stressing the words my opinion, they are also dealing with more than one dimension of time. So the problem, first of all, that we have to get through our heads is that this type of physics, by the nature of the case, is a hyperdimensional physics. Okay?
Yeah.
The second component is that every one of these systems that we've been talking about is a rotating system. So the other necessary component of this physics is rotation, or if you prefer the word, torsion.
Yeah.
Okay? These are the two absolutely essential ingredients. Absolutely. If you don't have them, you don't have this physics. End of discussion.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's look at music.
Okay.
Tones.
Okay.
Yeah. Frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
This also has an effect. And there are people also that have said, Joseph, that even the spoken word, all sound goes somewhere.
Right.
And some people have said, well, it's stored in the earth, it's stored in rocks. Every word that's ever been spoken someday can be recovered. And that brings to mind, maybe Judgment Day, God opens the books and says, here it is, It's just fascinating to let one's mind wander through these mazes and contemplate these things.
Well, you raise a lot of issues there. In fact, you're opening a Pandora's box.
I know it.
Of some subjects that probably are best discussed privately between me and you.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, that, let's go back to our templates again and this idea of waves of interference in the physical medium. Because these waves that I'm talking about are not jump rope waves. They're not Hertz waves. They're longitudinal waves. They're quite literally acoustical waves, okay? Because an acoustic wave is a wave of compression and rarefaction in a medium, which in the case that's familiar to most of us is the air. But certainly you have acoustic waves in water, and you have acoustic waves, seismic waves in the earth, and so on.
Right.
These are pressure waves, waves of compression and rarefaction within a physical medium, okay? So I want people to get out of their head the idea of the up and down kind of wave, okay?
Right.
These are more the kinds of waves that you get if you were to push someone, or if you take a yardstick and put it between two people and one person pushes it. They are tremendously powerful waves, because when you do that on the yardstick example, all the energy of the push gets translated to the other end.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Whereas the jump rope kind of wave, the Hertz wave that everybody thinks of, is a very inefficient way of transmitting energy, because if you stretch a jump rope between two people and then jerk that wave up and down, some of the energy of that wave is lost in the up and down motion itself. And the person at the other end gets less energy, okay? So I want people to understand that when I'm saying interference waves in the medium, I'm talking about longitudinal waves. I'm talking about something that is very analogous to an acoustical wave of sound, okay?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned music. The interesting thing about music, and I get into this a bit all the way back in the Giza Death Star, and I bring up the analogy again in the new book that's coming out, because music is really beyond electromagnetism. Music is the first unified field theory in physics, and most people don't know it.
Yeah.
Even physicists don't really stop and consider this. You know, when they think of the first unified field theory, they think of James Clerk Maxwell and the unification of electricity and magnetism.
Yes.
Okay? But no, it's actually music. Because every note, every regular tonal note, has its own harmonic series or series of overtones. And you can demonstrate that very easily on a piano keyboard. You sit at an acoustic piano, you press down any note, let's say C, silently, and then you strike the same note an octave or two below it. What you will hear is you'll hear your silently pressed note vibrating in sympathy with the C that you strike.
Right.
Okay? Now, if you go up a fifth to the note G, press it down silently, and strike the note C, you'll hear the note G vibrating sympathetically.
Yeah.
Okay? That's the first different overtone. Okay? If you go up a fourth to another C, strike the note C, you'll hear it vibrating sympathetically. If you go up now a third to the note E, do the same thing, you'll hear it vibrate sympathetically. Okay, so on and so forth. But eventually you're going to come to a note, to a harmonic overtone that does not exist on our modern keyboard. And that note will lie between the note A natural and the note B flat. It'll lie right in the crack, okay?
Yeah.
In other words, you cannot play this note. But the reason why is if you construct a musical instrument on the natural harmonic series, you will never be able to change keys beyond a certain very limited set of keys within a musical piece.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and incidentally, the people who discovered this were the Pythagoreans. Does that tell you something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. It do.
It do, yes. It sure do.
Yeah.
Now, what music did is it engineered. This, I hope people are listening to very carefully, especially theoretical physicists who love to scratch incomprehensible equations on blackboards.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
What music did was it engineered a unification of all of the overtones series of all 12 notes on the keyboard by making a slight mathematical adjustment that would allow all the 12 notes that you have on our modern keyboard to function as overtones of all the others. And once you've done that, you see, you have the ability to change keys within the same piece of music at will and without having to stop and retune the whole instrument.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is the first engineered, and please note what I just said, this is the first engineered physical unification. In other words, it didn't come about by theoretical physicists scratching incomprehensible equations on blackboards. It came out by a bunch of musicians figuring out that all they had to do was make a slight mathematical adjustment in the tuning of their instruments to be able to do this. So the key to the unification of all of those harmonic series of the notes that we know as Western music occurred precisely because of an engineered tampering with the natural harmonic series. And I use that word tampering advisedly because this occurred, at least as far as is publicly known, right around the Renaissance. And that gave rise to that whole system or style of music that we now know as the Baroque. Okay? And of course, J.S. Bach wrote a collection of pieces called the Well-Tempered Clavier, the Well-Tempered Keyboard. But the word tempered there really simply means tampered with.
Tampered with.
It's tampered with in a, well tampered with. It means it's tampered with in a neat way.
Yeah.
That allows you to do all these neat things.
Oh my.
You see? So we wouldn't even have modern Western music. I mean, you cannot think of, to run the gamut here, you cannot have the music of J.S. Bach or Michael Jackson. Or ABBA or the Beatles or Beethoven and Brahms. You simply cannot have that kind of music without this tampering. And it's because of that tampering, in turn, that most Oriental music, which does not have it, seems so foreign to us.
Yeah.
Because what we're listening to is music that is being written with the natural harmonic series. Asiatic stuff, Polynesian or even African,
Yeah.
They're all dependent on these natural overtone series.
Well, the Asiatic scale is different than the one we use.
Yeah, it's a kind of a pentatonic scale.
Yeah.
But in other words, and the pentatonic scale, incidentally, is just a certain arrangement of the first overtones in any natural harmonic series. So, there's no big news there.
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, we are looking at Western music with really the first unification. Now, if you go all the way back to the Giza Death Star, and most people miss the significance of this chapter and what I'm trying to say in it. But there's a little chapter in there, I don't even remember the name of it right now off the top of my head, Plato and Pythagoras or something. But I talk a lot about Plato and the Pythagoreans and music. Because there's every indication, if you go back and read them carefully, that they knew of this modern Western system of music long before it ever became publicly popular.
Yeah.
And the reason they guarded it so closely, here's the curveball, here's the whopper, was that once you understood what was going on, once you understood that this was an engineered tampering, this was an engineered, so to speak, unified field theory.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they kept it so closely guarded, because it was a clue on how you could go about doing all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, in the new book, the reason I'm going around Harvey's barn, like it always seems I do, but the reason why I'm going to such great lengths to explain this is because in the new book, I present evidence to you that, lo and behold, a physicist, I won't even mention who it is because he's very famous, but a physicist kind of finally, slapped his head and said, oh yeah, I get it, and calculated that tampering to do all the rest of it. Oh boy.
Oh. Well.
And by the way, no one paid a bit of attention to him.
Yeah.
They, oh, that's neat. That's kind of nice. But they didn't really stop and consider what he just said.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that seems to be what a lot of people do nowadays. They don't consider what was just said.
Right. Well, I'm sure that there were some people that considered it, but they kept it very quiet and to themselves.
Yeah. Well, I know a fellow right now that is, I can't say writing music necessarily, but every time he plays these repetitive tones, clouds seem to gather. Okay. And there's rain coming, And I told him, I says, oh my gosh, I says, figure out how to stave off tornadoes.
Well, that reminds me of the famous example of Dr. Wilhelm Reich.
Yeah.
That was reputed to have done something very similar, and of course you know what happened to him. The federal government just came down on him like a ton of bricks.
Oh, sure.
And burned his books. We point the fingers at the Nazis for burning books that they didn't like. Well, we've done the same thing in this country to science that we didn't like.
Well, I think that we take those books and they get deep fixed somewhere.
Oh, sure. There's no doubt about it. The other thing I'm trying to point out in this new book is that the off-the-books physics has been going on a very long time.
Yes.
While publicly they're promoting what I call dead-end physics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, and it's not been going on, you know, just in the last 200 years. It's been going on for a very, 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 very long time.
Oh, yes.
So, you know, it's to most people it's an old story, but most people don't realize just how old the story it really is.
It's ancient.
It's ancient.
You know, and there's music. You can watch large crowds of people.
Mm-hmm.
You play something that's very discordant.
Mm-hmm.
You can see people, they're fidgety, they're, you know, it's a whole different mood.
There is most people who know me well know that my favorite composer is Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach.
Yes.
Okay? And most people that are classical music fans kind of look at me cross-eyed because, you know, what? Not J.S. Bach? But the reason why I am such a Carl Phillips fan is that I've actually written kind of a little private paper to myself. You know, I have lots of little articles that I don't publish. I just write them up and keep them in my notebooks.
Yeah.
The reason I'm such a fan of his is that I definitely do think that this man, as the musicologists call him, was the composer's composer, because I think he had worked out to a fine, explicit science, not just a subjective, psychological, and intuitive appreciation of human responses, but an actual objective science of how to produce particular reactions in people by manipulating certain passages and patterns of notes in a particular way. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yeah.
And I think it's so developed that you can actually use a kind of a formal calculus to show it. It is truly breathtaking stuff. But, you know, you're quite correct when you say that certain types of music will produce certain types of mass reactions in people. This is why I think most people today are dumb, because they listen to music that is dumbing and numbing.
Well, Joseph, let me interject this also. Babies that are in the womb, and this has been, I think, proven, that classical music will wire the brain.
It does.
For mathematics and higher IQ.
It does.
Whereas some of the other music, it just there's no, you know,
there's no intellectual content to it.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. You know, I like to sit down and listen to popular music just like everybody else.
Yeah, me too.
You know, no, I'm not trying to say that it's illegitimate music or bad music simply because it's popular. But the involvement of the mind with it, and that's why it is popular. That's why you do listen to it to relax and to have fun. Yeah. Because it doesn't tax you mentally. But to really appreciate or listen to a piece of classical music, and I don't mean the boring dreck that they play on classical music stations.
Right, I know.
Because most of that stuff is just dreadfully bad.
Yes.
It's just really bad music.
I know.
But, if you listen to the beaten path type of music, some of the Beethoven or Haydn piano sonatas or something like this, or Mozart piano concertos or something along those lines, that are not pumped at you in music appreciation classes over and over again to the point that you're sick of them. If you listen to things like that, you will not appreciate them unless you can somehow plug your mind into the mental gymnastics and games that are being played in the music.
Exactly.
You will not have the same response to it. And again, this is one reason I like C.P.E. Bach so much, because he is probably the most intellectually demanding composer, at least in the music that he wrote that was for himself and not for public consumption.
Yeah.
And he did make that distinction, incidentally. That's a distinction you find in his own writings. You know, he'll tell you, this I wrote for myself and in full freedom. So in other words, he's satisfying his own tastes, not anybody else's. And when you listen to that stuff, it is some of the most intellectually demanding music that you will ever listen to on almost all levels, far beyond anything that people would think or associate with the man. But in any case, I think this is the reason that you have the inability of so many modern people to sit and listen to classical music with genuine appreciation, because they do not understand it. Their brains have not been wired to understand it, and no one has taken the time to sit them down and show them how to listen to it. Music appreciation classes sure don't do it.
Oh boy,
do it, you know.
That'll turn you off right away.
Yeah, they tell you, well, when do you feel when you hear this? You know, well, or what kind of pictures do you get in your mind? You know, all this happy nonsense, which is not the way to go about doing it at all.
Well, you know, there's a place on the internet that I've enjoyed for a long time. And basically, it's a lot of New Age composers, and some of them are astounding.
Oh yes, there's very, very good modern music being written.
Yeah, it's called Hearts of Space, HOS, and it is absolutely stunning. Some of the music they're producing. Yeah,
there are very, very talented and capable composers out there that don't just write emotional porridge. They try and construct things intelligently. And there are even popular groups, very famous ones that have done this as well. Some of the Beatles pieces are very intelligently constructed. ABBA is another group that was very, very intelligently constructed music. And so on and so forth. You do have this type of activity going on.
Yeah.
And I think that makes their music ultimately more enjoyable.
Yes.
But because you can listen to it without getting tired of it, or sick of it.
Yeah.
Most of the modern pop that I hear now on the music channel is just so it's like returning to the jungle. You've got a bunch of half-naked men and women around banging their drums and chanting the same thing over and over again until they get themselves into a stupor.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I experience when I hear some of this dreck. But in any case, there's music is a key, and has, if you read the ancients, if you read the Hermeticists and so on and so forth, they will tell you that music is an essential component of your training, of your preparation, of your initiation, so to speak, into what they consider to be the higher mysteries.
Yes. Yes. I know. A lot of times, I go for a long time, and I don't watch TV, and I'm immersed in music, and I get all. When I do that, I want to paint. I want to write. It just unleashes something inside of a person.
Yes, it does. And I experience the same thing myself, and I think there are probably a lot of people that do. An artist friend of mine that I know, I think, derives some of his inspirations or thoughts, artistic thoughts from listening to music, and his predilections in music are rather similar to ours. But I'm not saying that you have to derive these types of things, but it seems to work the same way for me when I'm listening to something classical. I seem to be working at a better mental efficiency than I would be if I were listening to something that's more popular. Although I have to say I can't listen to CPE and do anything, because he just demands that you either listen to him or completely ignore him. So you don't get any benefit from putting him on as background music. But at least that's my experience with him. But there's so much of this that is part of the esoteric tradition that, again, we have to go back and ask the question, well, what did the ancients know, and why did they know it? And particularly when you get to the Pythagoreans and you see their extreme interest in music and their extreme knowledge of it at that time, which is, if you look at it carefully, again, it throws your standard music history version of history into a cocked hat, because, again, musicians will tell you that the well-tempered system of Western music emerges, at the end of the Renaissance and the beginning of the Baroque. But this is not the case if you read Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans and Plato carefully. They knew it to a T, which means it was a carefully guarded secret of these ancient mystery schools and secret societies. And then you have to ask yourself, well, where did they get it?
Yeah.
Well, again, what we're looking at here, Georgianne, is another little fragment of this lost science.
Yes.
And that's why they guarded it so carefully. They knew that it was, and they knew that it had some sort of key to unlock the secret of that science. And that was an engineered, not a theoretical, unification.
Joseph, pure matter. The purest form. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Well, in its purest form, I mean, it depends on how you're asking that question. Are you meaning it in terms of what a modern scientist would say, or are you meaning it in terms of what ancient texts would say, or both?
Ancient.
Okay, well,
I trust them.
Well, the ancient view is that matter, pure matter, so to speak, the materia prima, is the physical medium.
Yes.
It's an ultra fine state, as it were, of matter, the kind of gross matter that we know. But if you look at what they say about this materia prima, or prime matter, it is what a modern physicist would consider to be a physical nothing.
Yeah.
Because the essential trait or characteristic of it is that it has absolutely no distinguishing features within it whatsoever.
Well, it hasn't been messed with.
It hasn't been tampered with.
Yeah.
There's your key.
Yeah.
There's your key, you see? And it is because of any tampering that all physical systems arise from and within it. Okay? In other words, it's in a certain sense, we're not dealing with a Big Bang theory. We're dealing with a little thump theory. Okay?
Yeah.
Because if you can kind of imagine this prime matter as being the vibrating membrane on a kettle drum, okay, and it's just sort of sitting there. It's all white. There's not really much distinguishing in it, and if you can imagine, this is an infinitely extended kettle drum in all directions. That's what you have. You have this skin, and it's just sitting there doing nothing, and so you have nothing.
Yeah.
Okay? But thump it. Once you do, then what happens? Well, you're creating what? A pattern of waves.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And this is kind of the ancient view. Once this stuff gets thumped, so to speak, which implies, of course, a thumper.
Yeah.
But once you thump it, then all of the diversity of creation begins to unfold from that thump. So in other words, everything in creation, everything in the ancient view that is material, is connected to everything else by virtue of the fact that it comes from the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay? And this is why you find within this ancient science, or pardon me, I should say the ancient cultures like Sumer and Egypt or China and so on, this is why you find such an emphasis on sympathetic magic.
Oh, yes.
Because, again, this idea of sympathetic magic is precisely dependent upon this idea that everything is related to everything else by way of some system of resonance or harmonics.
Yeah.
Okay, and there again, we're back to music. But again, when these societies are thinking this, again, they are really declined legacies of a very sophisticated scientific view that pre-existed them and from which they declined.
I wonder, it's just like water.
Mm-hmm.
I know of a process that can take water and make it so pure that when people drink this that are on death's bed, they start recovering. There is something about the purity of things that is very interesting. It's fascinating.
There is a Japanese scientist, I think, that's done a lot of experiments with this idea in water and some other materials. And I think that there's some basis to it, because all of this, again, in his thinking, is dependent on harmonics. So you've got all of this, so to speak, alternative science and research that's going on in people's garages, or their little laboratories. That will never get major play in a major Western university.
Oh, and when something like that does come out or leaks out, there are tons of people that jump on it immediately to criticize it.
Well, and a lot of it is merits criticism, because there's a lot of charlatanry and hoaxing that goes on. But you're right. They do jump all over it, and the first thing they try and do is either if they can't quash it by belittling it, then they try and regulate it out of existence.
Oh yeah, exactly.
So you just have to look at the track record of some of these things and some of these inventors and scientists, and many of them are very credible scientists. They're credentialed and everything, and they've just had it with the beaten track and know that there's something else out there that they're missing, and they're not going to find it so long as they keep doing things the same old way.
Right.
The old Albert Einstein proverb, so to speak, is that insanity is to keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect to get something different.
Exactly.
He ought to know,
Yeah.
Well, and I use his example because, he's well known, of course, for his relativity theories.
Yeah.
But, even Einstein, very early in the game, knew that he had not done enough or covered it all, and went on to try and experiment with these unified field theories. And in fact, that was really the work that preoccupied most of his life.
Yes.
So, he is as much as admitting that his relativity theories are incomplete and, in a certain sense, I stress that, are dead ends.
Yeah.
Because they won't give you everything that is actually going on.
Right. Well, boy, Joseph. Another question. Somebody intimated, about this thing that they're calling wormwood or Planet X that's coming in from the South Pole. That it was interesting that it's coming in from the south, where, like, if I have a telescope, I can't see it. Novice sky scanner people can't seem to see this thing. Is it possible that they have got technology, Joseph, to con the entire planet into believing that something is going to strike the planet?
Sure.
And to make it look like that up in the sky?
Sure, of course.
I was thinking. Thanks for the validation.
Yeah, of course they do. I mean, it would require a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
And some effort.
Well, look how they're looting.
Well, that they are. They are.
They do have a lot of money.
Yeah, they do have a lot of money.
Yeah.
But sure, you can do all sorts of stuff by way of deception, and given the media lock that some of these people have, it wouldn't be too hard to perpetuate and promote that idea. So as far as those things go, any old scenario is possible as far as I'm concerned. I haven't looked into this idea of Planet X or whatever you want to call it very much because quite frankly, too much of it to me is just it's just not there. But like I say, I haven't really looked that far into it.
Well, see, they've, this whole stage got set, in a sense, one thing, the Mayan calendar, 2012. Now they've, and they've had this thing about the Planet X, and they had that out there circulating many years ago.
Right.
Now it's come back again.
Right.
And they're putting it together with this Mayan calendar business.
Yeah.
And I just kind of smell a rat.
Well, yeah, I do too. I'm certainly not a student of the whole 2012 question.
Yeah, me neither.
But from what I can see, there's a lot of hype.
Yeah.
And a lot of misunderstanding.
A lot of fear-mongering.
And a lot of fear-mongering.
Yeah.
I go back, if we're going to talk about things slamming into the earth and so on and so forth, and ending all life as we know it.
Yeah.
I go back to Dr. Carol Rosen's affidavit and, her outlining of what Dr. von Braun had told her. Mm-hmm. That the original plan that von Braun had been shown was that, first the communists are going to be the enemies, and then it's going to be terrorists, and then it's going to be nations of concern.
Yeah.
And then it's asteroids, and then at that point she says he chuckled against asteroids. He said we're going to have to build weapons in space. And then the final enemy is going to be ET, extraterrestrials.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now,
they can build those in laboratories, too.
Well, they can do a lot of stuff in laboratories.
Yeah.
But the point here is, number one, we have Dr. von Braun saying this.
Yes.
And in this case, I don't doubt that he did tell her that, because she was a close associate of his, and I don't see that she has any reason to make this up.
Yeah.
She certainly doesn't gain anything by doing so.
Right.
But, for someone in Dr. von Braun's position within the space agency in this country, not even to mention the position that he held inside the Third Reich, mm-hmm. For someone like that to be saying that, you have to wonder, well, number one, who told him this?
Right.
And number two, when did they tell him?
Yeah.
Now, most people, when they hear the Rosen affidavit and what she says von Braun told her, jump to the conclusion that Dr. von Braun meant that he was told this after he came to this country.
Oh, boy.
And was told this by Anglo-American corporate elite insiders.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think this is something that he heard back in Nazi Germany.
Ha-ha.
Ha-ha-ha.
Yes.
Because, again, I go back to something that we've discussed in the late part of this series and in Dirty Secrets.
Right.
And that's this whole idea of a two space programs hypothesis, this idea that there's one space program for public consumption, and then there's another very secret one that is using a very different technology.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that in the least. In fact, I think it's kind of self-evident.
Well, yeah, I mean, this has been a central motif in some of Richard Hoagland's latest work.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, and it has been a central motif in some other people's research, and it certainly became one in mine when I was researching the SS Brotherhood of the Bell, because it became very evident that at least as far as the historical roots of this idea go, it is definitely and palpably there in Nazi Germany.
Yes.
And what do I mean by that? I mean that unlike the more modern manifestations of it, with Nazi Germany, you have direct evidence of it.
Yes.
Because you have V-2 rockets falling on London.
Yeah.
You can't get a much more public consumption space program than that, But you also have in addition to that, in addition to the secret public space program, you have the secret space program, which is represented by things like the Bell and all of these very weird saucer projects that they have going on in Nazi Germany. And please hear me out here. When I say saucer projects in Nazi Germany, my friends, I do not mean Hanabu and Vril and all of the monotonously reproduced and, in my opinion, considerably hoaxed and faked UFO saucer blueprints and diagrams that you see so many people reproducing ad nauseum.
Yes.
I mean,
thank you.
I mean the saucer projects like Victor Schauberger or Schlepper or people like that, or even Mita and Habermal, you know, if you want to cite those two names, which often get mentioned in this connection. But I do not mean this silly nonsense that the Germans are going to the moon and Mars in 1942. You know, I don't mean any of that. So please don't mistake what I'm saying there. But that said, you do have all of these projects inside of the Third Reich with advanced, what we would call now today, field propulsion physics.
Yeah.
And there's your secret space program right there. And you cannot go any further back, at least to the degree of evidence that you have with the Third Reich. You cannot go further back than that. You have suggestions of it in Tesla and some of his writings. You even have suggestions of it with the, you know, the late 1890s airship craze.
Yeah.
But that's all you have are suggestions. But with the Third Reich, you have a documentable paper trail. You have installations. Yeah. You have enough data points that you can sit down and do like I did and reconstruct a possible physics and engineering rationalization of what they were trying to do. So there, I think, is where you really have to look for the start of this whole idea. And that's why I think von Braun, if he heard that from some quote-unquote insiders, that it is more likely that he heard that inside the Third Reich and not when he came over here. When he said this to Carol Rosen then, what he's really saying is that the agenda that had been in place in Nazi Germany was still going on. Yeah, that's a whopper.
That's stunning.
It's a whopper.
Well, you know, when you look at the space station, do you know how large the space station is, Joseph?
No, I don't.
I think it's substantial.
Well, Richard Hoagland would certainly know, but I can't call him up right now and ask him. But
oh, geez.
But no, I really don't know that much about it because, you know, my research doesn't really get me into the modern aspects of this. But, you know, it's a fairly substantial installation.
Yeah, it's not just a little tinky-winky thing.
Oh, no, it's not like a space capsule. No.
Yeah, I mean, they could have an awful lot of things up there and a lot of people.
Well, they might. I don't know enough about it. I frankly think probably they don't, because if they're going to keep something like that, make something that big, and try and keep it secret, I don't think they're going to put it in Earth orbit. They're far more likely to put something like that on the moon than they are in anything in orbit around the Earth.
Yeah. Oh.
Because it would be far too easy for other people to find out, what you're up to if you were just doing it around Earth.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably something on the moon, and there has been in the past.
Well, as as Richard would say, stay tuned.
Yeah. There's a lot of things going on that...
He's got an interesting paper up that your listeners should go check out on the Enterprise mission. He just put it up a couple days ago. I think people should go have a close look at it.
Can we talk about it a little bit?
Well, I really don't want to steal his thunder. I really don't. There's this lunar mission going on.
Yeah.
And I'll try and just briefly summarize it.
Okay.
But I don't want to steal his thunder because he's doing I think a multi-part paper on this and going to post it on Enterprise. But right now the United States has a lunar orbiter called LCROSS, lunar crater observation satellite or something like that. I don't remember the exact an acronym, but this satellite is in this very peculiar, huge looping polar orbit around the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah.
And eventually they're going to separate this satellite into two components and smash one component onto the south pole of the Moon.
Yeah.
And then send the second component, which is 3 or 4 minutes behind it. I forget the exact time period, but smash this second component into it right afterward. But, the second component has all the cameras and fancy gizmos, and it's going to be taking all the data to send back what the first smash does. Okay?
Oh, dear. Yeah.
But, and he has a rather interesting scenario in mind for why we're doing this. And again, I don't want to steal his thunder, but on his website right now, enterprisemission.com, there is an interesting infrared picture that this satellite took of the Moon and sent back, of course, to Earth, and then NASA made it available, and then the very next day pulled it.
Yeah.
But I can assure you that this was there because he sent me the link to the official NASA site, and I saw it myself.
Yes.
Okay? So there it is, folks, on record. But you got to go look at this picture, and I'm not going to tell people what they're looking for. Just look at it.
Yes.
And remember, it's an infrared picture. Okay? In other words, the warmest spots that you see are going to be in red, and then it'll fade down to the coolest spots, which will be green and blue. Okay? Just look real close.
Well, these Generation 3 night vision goggles, people have said that they look up at the sky with those.
And they see all sorts of stuff going on.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's Ed Grimsley.
Yeah.
That's another little thing that's going on, and I don't know much about that because I haven't followed it or tried to keep up with any of that, but, I don't doubt it. There is some sort of apparent conflict going on up there.
Yeah.
You just witnessed the fact that, we had those two satellites colliding, not too recently.
Right.
Or, pardon me, rather recently. And then prior to that, we had the comet that blew up. We've just had, and now we're smashing things into the south pole of the Moon. So, to me, it appears that there's something going on up there, and it's just not all twinkle, twinkle, little star either.
Well, that's the truth. I just hope we don't get a lot of space junk falling on us.
Well, again, I don't want to steal Richard's thunder, but
right.
I think people will be kind of interested in his take on some of these things on the Enterprise site in the next I would imagine next few weeks. I don't know when he plans to have this paper done, but he does have the first part of it posted up at Enterprise. Well,
I would suggest that people go have a look because he's quite a thinker on these and connecting dots.
Well, he's a polymath. I mean, he has a lot of interests, and he reads and researches voraciously and connects dots in a very when you stack it up with the rest of the alternative theories that are out there, it's a much more plausible big picture that he's painting than anyone else I know of. And again, this idea of a two space programs hypothesis that he's been following and mentioning for a number of years is definitely a central motif of what he's thinking is going on. But I think that if you say that, the other part of that component is, and I think we'd both probably be agreed on this. I'm not trying to put words into his mouth, but I think once you've said that, then you also have to say then there is a public consumption physics,
yes,
and a private off-the-books physics, because you don't develop an off-the-books technology that has the capabilities of doing some of these things without having a very different physics paradigm at work.
Exactly. And you have to look, too, what they teach, what passes for math in schools.
Oh, it's
yeah. Honest to God, a very bright child,
right,
it just fidgety and is not interested.
Right.
It doesn't hold, and I say child, 20, 30, it just doesn't hold their interest.
Well, it's sad, but it's true. When I was in school, I was placed into an accelerated mathematics program beginning in junior high school. And that meant up by your senior year of high school, that you had the option of taking, Calc 2, or you also had the option of taking music theory, of all things, as part of that accelerated math program.
Yeah.
And, I had senioritis at the time, so I thought, well, I'll take music theory and we'll just kind of cruise through that.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise, was I wrong? But, But, I was studying music at the time, studying pipe organ, and so it kind of interested me. So, but, I look at what I had in the 8th grade at the beginning of my algebra course. Mm-hmm. And the way the course was set up was you spent, I think it was something like the first 5 or 6 weeks in that course doing nothing but symbolic logic and Boolean algebra.
Oh.
Okay, so in other words, I had symbolic logic not in college, which is where most people encounter it. But I had a real thorough workout, and let me tell you, Mr. Thomas was just a real thorough coach, too. There was no gain without pain, So,
right.
So, I look at that and what we were doing in the 8th grade, and then 9th grade was just this, it was nothing but doing the Euclid's elements, taking Euclidean geometry from A to Z.
Yeah.
So it was an extremely thorough program, and I thought, I remember thinking at the time, my word, how am I ever going to get through this? But, I look at what kids now are doing in those very same grades, and oftentimes in programs that are considered accelerated.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, my word, what has happened? It's a complete and total joke. And we have, on this point, I have to agree with the current president. On this point, we've got to get some grip on our educational curriculum, especially in the sciences and in mathematics. And I'm not trying to, my academic background is in the so-called liberal arts, so I'm certainly not trying to denigrate those either.
Right.
But, I shudder to think what happens when this and the next and the generation after that start, repairing our airplanes and designing our spaceships.
Oh, boy.
Because, I'm afraid, friends, that our academic standards, they just don't measure up. I'm sorry. There's no two ways about it. You don't have these shoddy standards, certainly at work in Russia.
Yeah.
I mean, over here we have spelling bees. In Russia, they have mathematics Olympics.
Yes. True.
And it's the same age of kids doing these things. And I'm sorry, the Russian kids have us beat, folks. And it's the same thing in most of the European countries. It certainly is in China and India.
Yeah.
There's no mucking about.
Well, Joseph, when you look at the kids today, a lot of them, for the past 20 years or so or more, have been raised through schools to be just little corporate doodads, you know?
Team players.
Yes, yes. Do not have an independent thought, you know.
Well, you know, I've said before that there is a theological root deep within the history of Western Christianity to these ideas of the corporate person and team players and all of this. And
that's right.
We are not going to really fully understand some of these things that are happening in our society unless we really thoroughly understand their theological roots.
That's right.
You know, and that's the other part of the problem with the modern American curriculum is you simply, by adopting this secularist approach to the curriculum, you are not able to understand some of these events in history because you are prohibited from learning their theological root and their theological basis.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying that people have to believe those things, but I am saying that if they want to really understand them, they at least have to have a basic working knowledge of some pretty heavy-duty theological concepts. And, you know, those require you to think pretty much like a mathematician does.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're back to square one.
Yeah,
because,
square one, yeah.
You know, you're not going to be able to do that kind of theological thinking without the ability to think in extremely abstract terms and do so with formal explicitness. And again, mathematics is a discipline that in so many ways parallels theology in that respect that people don't really realize it until they stop and see what's going on in both disciplines.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's a big problem. And I really don't think that unfortunately I don't see enough correct moves being done to fix it. You know, there's lots of talk about fixing it, but it's just not going to get fixed because we keep trying, you know, like Albert Einstein said, we keep trying the same thing and expecting to get different results, and that, of course, is the very definition of insanity.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. He was right.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I just, you know, unless this does change and unless people really put their foot down and start demanding, the kids are just going to get dumber and dumber and dumber.
Oh yeah, I agree.
You know,
I agree.
Oh, Joseph,
it is a tragedy of monumental proportions. The sad thing is that so much of it was by deliberate design.
Oh, absolutely,
and,
by design.
People have to wake up and realize this fact. They're not going to get any results out of an education establishment that makes education itself an academic discipline because, you know, my own contact with it, these are some of the stupidest people, you know, with ED after their name that you can possibly imagine.
Yes.
They're you know, even as a discipline, their style manual for formal referencing of sources is so woefully inadequate.
Right.
That I can't even begin. And this is what they teach people. They've dumbed down their own discipline, and they're in the process of dumbing down everybody else by making them get these stupid teacher certificates. You know, they want to put those into college. You know, and make professors start getting this nonsense. So, you know, I have little use for it, quite frankly.
Same here.
I think the results are in. I think, thank you very much, Herr Dr. Wundt and Dr. Dewey. I think the results are in, and it's a total and abject failure.
Yes, it is.
You know, we've got the empirical data now, so let's move on. let's go back to teaching math and English grammar and Shakespeare, and, you know, some physics and biology for a change, and that might help turn the boat around. Yeah.
Well, we've got a long ways to go to get it turned around.
Well, yeah.
Before we end this, with earthquake weaponry, does this would require, wouldn't it, oscillating of energies?
Oh, sure, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can focus this, pinpoint it.
Sure, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Remember, Tesla had a little device people call it his earthquake machine, but it was basically a little mechanical oscillator, and that was designed to thump a building, quite literally, and do so in resonance with the building's own resonance.
Right.
It was designed to thump so that the building would not be able to damp the energy that was being loaded into it.
Oh.
And, Tesla, I believe it was in that context that he said, give me this sort of technology and I can crack the earth.
Oh.
And he meant it quite literally. It's not that unusual an idea.
And they can do this.
Oh yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Yeah, I think again the previously enumerated countries probably have some sort of capability to do this. Yes, create earthquakes. Yes.
Oh. And if this kind of thing is pointed at a human being, wouldn't it explode their organs?
Well, you could do a lot of things conceivably with it. You could do a lot of things. There are, if you, just speaking hypothetically now, if you were to take microwaves and interfere them on a human being or other organic life form,
right?
Under those conditions, you're going to get kind of a microwave oven effect under enough power. So you're going to get all sorts of grisly, nasty things that could happen to somebody.
Because I've heard several people that out of the blue, Joseph, were knocked to their knees, so to speak. And they described it as being hit by something invisible.
Right.
And I know years ago over the Great Lakes there was an aircraft
that ran into something.
Yeah, and fell straight down.
Well, if you recall, we've talked about this before, but if you recall, in I think it was Secrets of the Unified Field.
Yeah.
In the first part of that book that deals with the Philadelphia experiment, I deal with the astronomer Morris Jessup. And Jessup was really kind of the first scientist with actual scientific credentials. He was an astrophysicist, and in his day he was a relatively well-known one because he had run a large telescope down in South Africa and had done a lot of research in finding and cataloging double star systems. So he was a fairly competent astrophysicist and astronomer. But his interest turned to what you and I would consider kind of alternative science or esoteric areas of research, because he was fascinated with all of these megalithic archaeological sites. He was fascinated with the Bermuda Triangle, and when he learned about the Philadelphia story, he became fascinated with that.
Yeah.
And the way he attempted to describe or to rationalize what he thought was the science at work in the triangle and in the Philadelphia experiment was precisely, again, the very same idea of interfering waves of electromagnetic energy on a region and creating what are called standing waves. In other words, waves of interference that don't appear to move. Okay? And you can kind of get an idea or a rough analogy of that if any of your listeners have looked at a tank of water that is being subjected to ultrasound.
Yeah.
Okay, it'll create these little ripples on the top of the tank.
Yeah.
Well, at certain frequencies, those ripples will appear not to be moving. Okay?
Yeah.
Even though they are. But the interference that they're setting up is such that they just sort of look like they're sitting there. Well, that whole idea is called by some people a stationary wave, or by other people a standing wave, and so on and so forth. Well, Jessup had the idea that you could do the same thing with any physical medium, with the right kind of electromagnetic energy, the right kind of interference, and so on and so forth. You could create these areas or columns where the air itself would solidify.
Yeah.
Okay, it would become a solid object. a virtual mass, so to speak, and and be invisible for all intents and purposes.
Right.
So, he speculated that the reason that you find some of these airplanes that just inexplicably disappear in the Bermuda Triangle is, they inadvertently run into some of these things. So, it sounds to me like some of these people that you're describing may have encountered some sort of similar thing. But it's certainly not unheard of.
Right.
The idea is again, it's a rather old technology, and we've had some interesting scientists talking about it for some time.
Would somebody be able to have something like that, say, in a handheld device?
Good question.
Yeah.
Well, that goes back to what we said earlier as to who they are that possess this. And in my Secret and Suppressed 2 article, I indicated that in the first article, in Secret and Suppressed 1, the Nazi International article argued that, and incidentally argued on the basis of testimony apparently from Otto Skorzeny.
Yeah.
Remember him? Hitler's favorite commando.
Yes.
Argued that the Siemens company, the big German electrical firm, had designed sort of portable, not necessarily handheld units, but these things in the 1970s, they allege, were small enough that they could be put inside of a small delivery van. So yeah, it's conceivable that some groups or some nations have brought this to a pitch of technology that's they're fairly small. Miniaturized,
yeah.
Right.
Wow. Oh, Joseph. Oh, what we have to look forward to. And, now they're scaring everybody, mandatory bird flu vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
They love scare. And, it's been suggested if you refuse this vaccine, they'll take your property.
Oh, yeah. They are coming up with increasingly draconian policies.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the problem is they are going to backfire, because at some point, if you keep pushing people, you inevitably get a reaction.
Oh, you bet.
For every action, a reaction. They haven't learned this lesson in the millennia since they first started doing this. They show no signs of learning it. Every now and then, they have to go through the refresher course.
At the expense of a lot of...
At the expense of a lot of people, yes.
Right.
But, like I put it in certain upcoming books, it is high time to have done with them.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
They will lose, no matter how apparently winning they are at the time. And the reason they will lose is they are invested in the wrong physics.
I love it. Oh, good.
And that means that they are perforce invested in the wrong financial policies.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of financial, Joseph, with all the technology that they have, and they can copy the signatures of gold and silver.
Well, that's another interesting conversation, probably a conversation in its own right. But one implication, and again, we're just talking theoretical potential here. We are not talking, I don't think, as yet, a technology that they've brought to that pitch.
Okay.
But if matter is a template, like we've been saying all night, of these kinds of interference patterns, well, you create the interference pattern of a particular element, and that's what you get.
Right.
And, the same thing kind of holds true with the physiological effects. If you create the template of health, of a healthy cell, that's what you get. If you create the template of a cancerous cell, that's what you get.
Well, they've done...
Yeah, they've done a lot of that kind of medical research already, yes.
Oh, yeah, and also...
And the Russians have been, incidentally, the ones leading it.
Well, and the Russians came up with a gem. I think it's sold under the name of moissanite. It is a flawless diamond.
Yeah, I don't doubt
Man-made.
it. You know, there are all sorts of interesting materials engineering implications of some of this technology, you know, which allied with nanotechnology is, you know, that opens up even more potentialities. So the other thing that, you know, I want people to bear in mind is that we're not talking about cases of isolated technologies. We're talking about technologies that can be combined with other emerging technologies, and that will create even more techniques. Okay, so you know, we're at a breathtaking stage of the world's history. The sad fact of the matter is that for now, the elite that is more or less the most influential in the world is spiritually the most degraded and childish group of people.
They're sick.
Well, they're not only sick, they're just plain stupid.
Yeah.
You know, if certain individuals think that they're going to just run the whole globe on the basis of fractional reserve monetized debt banking.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
They're insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, you know, regardless of how successful they might be in the West, they just are not going to be able to pull it off, I don't think, in the rest of the world. They're dealing with cultures that are very different.
Yeah.
They're dealing with different religions. They're dealing with a whole different set of history and social mores that have resulted from it. So, you know, I just don't see the Chinese or Japanese or Russians or Indians or Iranians or Indonesians just rolling over and playing dead for all of this. I just don't. Sooner or later, they're going to cross some line and make a big mistake. That's just human nature. And they haven't conquered that yet.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I had a coughing spell there.
That's all right.
Oh, boy. Well, Joseph, you are quite a gem, I'll tell you.
Well, thank you.
Tonight. Kind of, this will be in the Cosmic War section. This will be file number 14. And we're going to get around to talking about Roswell and the Nazis. And this is, you know, Joseph, I can understand absolutely after reading your books why this cosmic war is the foundation.
Yes, it is.
It has to be read first. It has to be read carefully. And if you understand this book, The Cosmic War, you will better understand Roswell and the Reich.
Yes.
You know, I mean, they tie together, and we're going to get into some of that tonight.
Right.
So, how are people getting their copies of Roswell and the Reich now?
Well, it's interesting that you should mention that. I've been kind of tracking it on Amazon.
Yeah.
And in the last couple of days, they have actually officially put up on their website that the book is now available. So that means that they probably actually have it in hand in their warehouses. So people can get it from Amazon, and therefore they should be able to get it, you know, in the bigger cities and the Barnes and Nobles and Borders. And if not, those stores will special order it, or they can also go directly to the publisher, which for that book is Adventures Unlimited Press, and I think you've got that number up there on the...
Yes, it is 1-800-718-4514.
Right.
Yes, and Roswell in the Reich is being ordered at this time. And there was a huge pre-sale going on this, too.
Well, yeah, the book has seemed to have been spiking off and on.
Yeah.
I really have no idea why, but hopefully it'll do well, so...
Yes, and we won't have to stand guard at your house.
Yes, this is true, too.
you know what I mean.
I do.
Yes. So, Joseph,
mm-hmm.
This is, you know, in the Cosmic War,
mm-hmm.
going way back,
mm-hmm.
we've got these tablets of destiny.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it seems to me that these must be real when we look at what's happening. And there were also the tablets of, how do you say, Thoth?
The tablets of Tehuda, the Egyptian god. Yeah, that name is spelled Thoth, and a lot of people pronounce it Thoth or Thoth, but it's actually Tehuda. The Egyptian language is kind of like Hebrew in that you have to apply the vowels. They don't actually all the time write out the vowels in the Egyptian hieroglyphics, kind of like Hebrew, so you have to fill in the vowels. So that's the name is actually pronounced Tehuda or Tehudi, some people will say, but yeah, that's
okay.
The tablets are they are the central focus of the Cosmic War, at least insofar as those ancient Sumerian texts go. The wars are fought because of them. They're fought by means of them. They obviously wield tremendous power, and certain gods are not supposed to have them. If you read the Sumerian text carefully that I reproduce in that book, but tablets of Tehuda are, I think, probably the same thing, or at least a similar type of thing. In other words, we're looking at in ancient Egyptian mythology and ancient Sumerian mythology, I think we're looking at the same thing. They're described in slightly different terms in each tradition, but nonetheless, one thing stands out, and that is that they are these tremendously powerful technologies, and they are obviously a technology once you sit and read the text that I reproduce in that book. So yes, that they're very, very important.
Okay, another question about them. The possessors were not human as we understand human, and they were the ones that they seem to only work for males.
Yes, this is another very interesting, extremely interesting thing. And it's something that I've been noticing only recently. But if you read the descriptions of the tablets of destinies and who possesses them, the original person that steals them in the Sumerian pantheon is a goddess by the name of Tiamat.
Yeah.
But immediately upon stealing them, she turns them over to one of her allies, a Sumerian god by the name of Kingu. And every theft and recovery or utilization of them after that point in the Sumerian mythology, they are always wielded by masculine gods or male gods rather than female goddesses, which I think is a rather interesting thing. And it's the same case, incidentally, in the Egyptian texts with Tehuda, because, of course, Tehuda is also a male god. So it appears that, yes, we're dealing with real living beings, humanoid at least in their appearance, but nonetheless, in the case of these technologies, I suspect, and one of the things I mentioned in that book, is that there appears to be some connection that is necessary to activate the power latent in these things by being in physical contact with them or in close physical proximity to them in order for them to work. So this suggests to me that we're dealing also with some sort of kind of cybernetic technology that, you know, an interface between DNA perhaps and these technologies, whatever they were. So yeah, they're an endlessly fascinating, they're an endlessly fascinating theme in all of these ancient texts.
Boy, well, could that be because of the chromosomal setup with the male?
It could be, but again, I think we have to be kind of cautious at this point in saying too much.
Okay.
I'm not entirely certain in my mind yet as to where all of this is going to go, but it could possibly be that. It could be some other things that I think might be in play here as well in the DNA that, at this juncture I'm really not willing to say or even really to speculate. But I can say with certainty that when you read the texts, and I have a whole chapter where I try and analyze what the Tablets of Destinies are in terms of possible modern scientific speculation about them.
Yes.
I can say with some certainty that they can only be wielded they appear to be wielded, as you say, only by male gods.
Male gods, yeah.
But the other thing is they either have to be wielded in actual physical contact with them, or they have to be wielded in close physical proximity to the god that is possessing them and using them. So yeah, it's like I say, they're an endlessly fascinating subject. They're kind of the central core technology.
Yeah.
That this war is fought over and fought by means of.
Do they have a relationship to the templates?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, good. Please expand. Please amplify on that.
Well, as you know, Chapter 9 of that book is the chapter that I examine what I think the Tablets of Destinies really were and why they were so important. And to explain what I think they were, and we may have covered this, it's been so long since we talked about the Cosmic War, I don't remember what I said or what I didn't say. But if you go to the Sumerian text, and if you go to a modern physics principle called phase conjugation, optical phase conjugation, that's the technical term for it.
Yeah.
And let me try to explain what that is.
Thank you.
Yes, optical phase conjugation just sort of leaves one hanging.
Yes, it does.
But if you take a beam of light, like from a flashlight or a laser pointer or something like that, and shine it at an angle on a mirror, okay, the light will obviously be reflected off the mirror in the opposite direction, but at the same angle as the incident beam coming to it, okay? Now, that is not phase conjugation. What a phase conjugate mirror will do is it will take an incident beam and, so to speak, time reverse it and reflect that beam right back on the source. But the interesting thing is that as it does so, the laws of physics then are reversed. So instead of the inverse square law where you have light spreading out according to the inverse square law, what will happen is the inverse square law gets reversed. So the beam that is reflected back on the source is much more powerful than the beam that actually hits this phase conjugate mirror. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
All right. Now, what a phase conjugate mirror also does, and the reason they were invented actually was they came up with this idea, I think, personally, much previously to the public history of the idea. But the public history is that they came up with the idea during the Star Wars initiative under President Reagan, because what they were trying to figure out is how do we get a laser beam of enough power to go through the atmosphere and not be dispersed and refracted and so on and so forth by the atmosphere. And the way to do it was phase conjugation. And what you do is you shine several beams of light, you interfere several beams of light on a target object. And then that's reflected into a nonlinear medium, like a plasma, incidentally. And that medium then mixes an outgoing wave, which is phase conjugated. What you're doing is you're taking a picture of the atmospheric interference, okay? And then you're shining a beam of light through that atmospheric interference using a grid or a grating or a template that is created on the phase conjugate mirror, okay? That's what the phase conjugate mirror is. It creates a template, all right? and then you shine a beam of light through it, and that template means that when the light is shined through that template, it converges on the target that the template is reflective of. Follow me?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, that's a whopper.
Yes, it is.
Now, if you take that whole idea of phase conjugation, and instead of dealing with things like atmosphere and so on and so forth, if you're dealing rather with the physical medium of space-time itself, that's kind of a super phase conjugate mirror. In other words, you'd be taking little template things and compiling a catalog of basically every target in physical space. And with that template, then, you interfere a beam of energy on it, and bang, it hits that template and is directed to the target in a time-reversed fashion. And because of that template, again, it will converge on the target with much more power. Now, this is a long way around Harvey's barn to say that this is what I think the tablets of destinies were. They were kind of a catalog of these templates of all significant objects, planets, what have you, in local celestial space.
Yes.
And they were kind of, if you want to think of a phase conjugate mirror as a kind of a hologram that you shine a beam of light through, a laser light through, and of course that hologram then takes on a three-dimensional appearance, okay? Well, the tablets of destinies are kind of like these catalogs of holograms or templates. So in other words, they are tremendously powerful. They are kind of the software, so to speak, that makes all of that super powerful directed energy weaponry that I believe to have been in use in very, very ancient times. They are the software that allows you to target that weapon.
Okay. With that said, Joseph, could something like that be used for geophysical warfare?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Of course it could. Of course it could. All you would really need is, again, you would need to start compiling catalogs, tablets of destinies, quite literally.
Wow.
Of certain target regions and what their resonance is and so on and so forth. And once you have that template, then bang, you've got your ability to target that particular area.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely. This is kind of a super sophisticated version of Nikola Tesla's earthquake machine, if you want to think of it in that sense. So yes, it would certainly have a geophysical application. But there's one thing I want to point out, and it's very significant. The favored medium for creating these phase conjugate mirrors is a plasma, and particularly rotating plasma. Now, if this is beginning to sound like Nazi Bell and stars, because, what are stars? They're nothing but a big rotating ball of plasma, Now, this means that, in effect, a star itself is a potential phase conjugate mirror. So the nasty implication about this kind of physics is that any large rotating mass is a natural resonator of the kind of waves that we're dealing with here. So if you miscalculate, you can have resonance feedback effects on your home planet, on local planets in celestial space, conceivably in the sun. This is very, very, I've said this so many times before, but it bears repeating. This is very, very, very dangerous stuff, and you'd better know what you're doing before you start tinkering around with it.
Well, would I be totally whacked out if I, if I said that I kind of look at Haiti and Chile as being a tit for tat?
Oh, no, I don't think you'd be whacked out at all.
Okay.
In fact, I just did an interview, a short interview on another show on Thursday concerning the possibility that those two earthquakes were the result of a technology. And I think you can argue the case that they were by looking closely at the Chile earthquake, because what you have there is an 8.8 earthquake on the Richter scale. But what interests me is, and the reason why I think it may have been the product of a technology, is that if you remember the media, they were showing over and over and over again tsunami sirens going off in Hawaii and tsunami warnings in Australia and New Zealand and Japan, and they were expecting the worst.
Right.
And what happened in Hawaii, we got a whopping wave of a whole 2 to 4 feet in height, hardly a tsunami.
Right.
Now, and the same thing with Japan and Australia, which should not have been the case in an earthquake in a coastal area like what occurred in Chile.
Right.
Because, again, water is a nearly frictionless medium. And that means that, the inertia from the earthquake would have been transmitted very easily to the water and then across the ocean, and bang, you hit those coastal areas in Australia and Hawaii and Japan. But this did not happen. And that, to me, Georgianne, is a clear indicator or signature of a technology that was in play to damp the inertial effects of that earthquake.
Intentionally damp it.
So that leads to the idea that possibly the earthquake itself may have been the product of a technology. And there's one other thing that I think is very significant in this regard.
Okay.
And that is that the earthquake took place in a city in Chile called Farrell.
Yes.
And that city is coincidentally very close to the old Nazi compound at Colonia Dignidad. And there still is a very heavy presence of, let's just say, post-war exilees in that area of Chile. And that area of Chile is right across the Andes Mountains from our good old friend, Dr. Ronald Richter, who was doing all sorts of nice things down in that part of Argentina. So, in other words, if we want to look at that earthquake as the product of a technology, then I think a message was being sent back to the people sending messages with Norway spirals and, everything else that they've been sending messages. So I think we're looking at a very strong possibility that we're dealing with a kind of a covert earthquake war here between two factions that have possession of some really very nifty and gnarly technology.
Interesting name, Dr. Richter in the Richter scale. Another perhaps interesting synchronicity. Oh, awesome. Well, when we look at Haiti, there were, on the other side of that island, there was hardly any damage.
Right.
And there were no gigantic waves, and there should have been.
Yeah, this is again one of the suspicions that I have about the Haiti earthquake is that there were, at least to my knowledge, there were not the kind of seismic ripple effects in the Dominican Republic, and there were no oceanic accompanying events. So again, taking the argument that I just presented with Chile, you extend it backward to Haiti, and it would appear that we're dealing with the product of a technology rather than a natural earthquake in the normal sense.
Yeah.
So.
And Chile has had ongoing, not just aftershocks, but fairly large quakes since then. Right.
Well, the interesting thing is I even put in right at the end of Roswell and the Reich, I put in some seismic graphs of what's going on in Antarctica.
Oh, yeah.
And the amazing thing to me, Georgianne, is when you look at the graphs, I put in a seismogram of a normal Antarctica earthquake.
Yeah.
And then I put in a seismogram of another Antarctic event that appears to be some sort of explosion that was set off down there.
Was that before the big tidal wave that hit Indonesia?
That's a good question. I don't recall right off the top of my head. I can't really say.
Okay.
But the other interesting thing to me in the seismograms that I put into Roswell and the Reich is that there are seismograms of these enormously low frequency, ultra long wave activity stretching for hours going on in Antarctica. And again, I don't know of any geophysical model, really, that, to my mind, would adequately explain why you have this immense amount of activity stretching for hours of very, very long wave activity. The needles, you've seen the graphs, they're just all over the chart.
Yeah.
And these are very long waves, and they last for hours. And to me, this is exactly the kind of signature that you would get, I think, using some of this physics technology to produce them inside of the Earth. And that would be a natural place that you would want to do that sort of thing, because nobody's there other than, a few Russian stations and British and American scientific outposts. You could pretty much do anything down there you wanted to. So yes, I think we are looking at, to be quite honest, a kind of a covert war using some of the technologies that I've described in the Cosmic War. And I want to say one more thing, and I meant to say this in response to your introduction, and that is, I think, your observation about where Cosmic War fits in terms of all my other books is absolutely correct. And that is exactly the way I intended that book to fit with all the other books. It's kind of, for me, I conceived of it as kind of the keystone in the arch that ties them all together.
Yes.
And I do want to thank you for making that observation, because it's absolutely correct.
Well, if you don't read the Cosmic Wars and understand that foundation, you get lost in these other books.
Well, the other books are able to stand on their own.
Yes.
But I did intend them to kind of move to the point of the Cosmic War and let people see that this is one and the same kind of physics that the Nazis were up to. And that's the reason why they classified that whole Bell project as war decisive. The A-bomb didn't even merit that classification from them, because, it was a mere pop gun by comparison to what you could do with this stuff.
Well, Joseph, where, and I know we don't like to speculate, but, we know that these very ancient ones had some kind of fantastic technology.
Yes.
So, did the German scientist just kind of one day sitting there drinking his ale, in a pub somewhere, just sort of, it pops in his head?
No.
Or was this something that was progressive, or are they in contact with malevolent beings?
Well, there has always been a school of alternative research and thought, and I use the word research very lightly here and very loosely, that has argued that at some point in the period between the wars, much prior to when the Nazis took power, that there were these secret societies within the Weimar Republic, like the Thule Gesellschaft and the Vril Gesellschaft and all of these other German secret societies, that the claim has always been put out after the war that the Vril Society did in fact use mediums, psychics, and so on and so forth to channel some of this information. Now, the problem I have with that story thus far, and it's been around for a number of years, but the problem I have, Georgianne, with that story is that it's coming out of the same exact circle of post-war neo-Nazis that were kind of based in and around Vienna. And they're the same group that's putting out this nonsense about Nazi flying saucers called Haunebu and Vril, actual field propulsion saucers. that were in production in Nazi Germany in 1944 and 45. Well, there has never been a shred of proof that the Nazis were working on those types of saucers. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They certainly were working on flying saucers. Let me be very clear about that. They certainly were. But when you dig into that story, they were working on just basic kind of very advanced versions of jet aircraft was what they were trying to do with them. They were not to the point, in my opinion, of developing an actual practical field propulsion technology, although with the Bell project, that's obviously one of the implications of that project.
Mm-hmm.
But the war ended before they could make it a practical technology for propulsion. But the other thing I think we have to go to is that within the period between the wars and then once the Nazis take power, you do have within Germany a philosophical and scientific ferment that is thinking through physics and engineering problems in a radically different way than what we are accustomed to thinking of them now. And particularly once the Nazis take power and the SS is established as an organization within the Nazi state, as a bureaucracy within the Nazi state, you have within that bureaucracy certainly a culture, an ideological culture, that is fueled by all of this esoteric and ancient lore.
Yeah.
And when you couple that with the scientific type of thinking that the Germans were doing in between the wars, and not just the Germans, there were other people doing it, but the Germans were certainly out in the forefront and had the most people doing it. When you couple all of that together, I think, yes, the ferment was there, and all it took was a regime that was willing to invest serious money and manpower into the research, and of course the Nazis certainly were.
Yes.
So, yeah, it was there, it was present in German culture, and even philosophically you can look back to some of these physics concepts. You can look back to German philosophers like Immanuel Kant and Arthur Schopenhauer as coming up with some of the ideas that would ultimately lead to the type of physics that they were tinkering around with in the early 20th century. So it's a very long and old German tradition to look at things in a certain way. So yeah, I think you're right. I think we have to look to an esoteric origin. And of course, what I'm getting at here is, and I think this is where you wanted me to go. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Germans were some of the world's leading Assyriologists. In other words, people that went in to Mesopotamia and dug up cuneiform and interpreted these old tablets and so on and so forth. And of course, as recent as Saddam Hussein's regime, he had a bunch of German archaeologists in Iraq digging up all of these things for him and cataloging them and so on and so forth. The German interest in the region has been profound, and it has been consistent for at least the last 150 years. So, yes, I think when you couple that German activity in that region of the world with what they're doing under the Nazis, I think there's a definite connection.
Well, yes, exactly. That makes sense. And didn't something come out, Joseph, that a lot of those antiquities came up missing?
Oh, well.
You know? Yeah,
well, the Baghdad, I think you're referring to the Baghdad Museum looting. I have always maintained, and it's kind of a friendly running feud between me and a couple of other authors in the alternative research field, because there are those who believe that the United States went in there, into Iraq, with the express purpose of recovering some of these ancient tablets and learning as much as possible, which, in fact, I think we did. But those people go on to say that we kind of staged the Baghdad Museum looting and then pretended to recover a bunch of stuff while we kept the really cool stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
But my take on it is completely different. I think that if there are fingers of blame to be pointed at any one particular nation that would have been able to pull off the looting and to do it in a way that made us look responsible and left holding the bag, that it was probably the Germans that did it. And the reason why is there are still, to my knowledge, somewhere between 80 to 100,000 missing cuneiform tablets.
Yeah.
What the Marine Colonel, Colonel Bogdanov, I think was his name, or Bogdanovich, I forget which, this Marine Colonel, American Colonel, that recovered much of the looted material from the Baghdad Museum, most of what he recovered were the artworks, okay?
Yes.
But the cuneiform tablets, you read his book, he makes absolutely no mention of them. So in other words, my suspicion is that they're still missing, and we don't really have a good clue as to who did it or why. My guess is, given the fact that the Germans were the ones digging up these sites for Saddam Hussein, they were the ones keeping the archaeological field catalogs of what they were finding.
Oh, yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So if anyone had a clue as to what exactly had been found, it was the Germans. And therefore they would have known where in that museum to look. And the final little bit of icing on the cake for me that points the finger to the intelligence services of that country, and very possibly France as well, is that it was German media, Der Spiegel magazine, in fact, that first broke the story of the Baghdad Museum looting in the context of witnesses having seen American soldiers going into the museum and carrying out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a simple matter for any country in the world to pick up some American uniforms and sneak their own people in and have people thinking, well, it's a bunch of Americans stealing all of this stuff.
Yes.
And then pin the blame on us while they get away with the goods. So, my guess is that while we may have tried to go into Iraq and recover some of this stuff, I think the bottom line is you have almost a century of very heavy German presence in that region of the world digging up archaeological sites. Most of the major archaeological discoveries in that country in the last century have been made by German and British archaeologists. In fact, it was a German archaeologist, Robert Koldewey, that actually dug up Babylon. So,
Yes.
All of this is, to me, consistent with the interest of that country in Iraq.
Well, it's interesting also, Joseph, that publicly available books on these cuneiform tablets are not readily available. It's like Noah Kramer. Those books are about the last of the, I think, good books that I got a hold of.
Well, the other problem that you're dealing with cuneiform tablets is just buying catalogs of what's available. The catalogs themselves are tremendously expensive.
Yes.
And, because there's so few of them printed. So, in other words, you pay $150, $200 just for a catalog of what is in this particular collection at the British Museum or that particular collection. So, yes, it's very, very difficult. And just, in my opinion, Georgianne, it's too suspicious that too little of these cuneiform tablets have been translated.
Exactly. That's what you said it. You took the words out of my mouth. To go into a book search or a bookstore and try to find any really scholarly works on these things it's almost it's non-existent. Just
yeah, it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
Stephanie Daly published a nice collection of Sumerian and Babylonian texts that were translated into English called Myths from Mesopotamia, and that's one of the standard academic translations that I use in the Cosmic War, the other one being Thorkild Jakobsson from Yale University and his collection of texts. But those are really the only two good academic collections out there in the English language, but there's so much more that needs to be done.
Oh, yeah. You're not kidding.
Yeah.
Yikes. Well, I wanted also to ask you, the version of Genesis, the Torah,
right,
the first 5 books, when were those, how do those books fit in relation to their Babylonian captivity? The timeline.
Yeah. There are, oh boy, that is a really good question, and it's a really long answer.
Fire away, dear man.
There are essentially two schools of thought or two approaches to that question, and I'll call them the conservative approach and then the liberal higher critical approach.
Okay.
The conservative approach has always been, that promoted predominantly by Protestant scholars, to a lesser extent some Catholic scholars and some Jewish scholars, that the Torah was indeed composed by Moses himself, and that it was composed more or less right after the Exodus, all right? Now, there's the first big problem, because there are essentially two dates that scholars have always been debating, but if you study biblical scholarship, have been debating back and forth for years and years and years. And one is a fairly late date for the Exodus, circa about 1250 BC, and there is an earlier date for the Exodus, circa 1460 to 1475, somewhere in there, BC. Now, recently there has also grown up a very, very serious revisionist chronology in Egyptology, which suggests that the Exodus may have happened even earlier than 1450. Okay, so that school of thought places the Torah and its origin much, much earlier than the Babylonian exile, which was, of course, in the 6th century BC. So for that school, it's not really even true to say that the Torah has anything to do with the Babylonian exile. But when we turn to the higher critics, a certain kind of biblical scholarship, in other words, that emerged beginning in the late 18th century and then continued all through the 19th century, there is a formal academic theory within biblical studies that's called the documentary hypothesis. It's also known by the names of two of the German scholars that kind of put the finishing touches on it. So it's sometimes known as the Graf-Wellhausen hypothesis, and then sometimes it's also known as the JEDP theory. Okay? Now those 4 letters, J, E, D, and P, stand for what scholars believe were the 4 documents from which the Torah was eventually composed. And they believe that process of composition lasted over centuries, okay? So that the Torah did not emerge into its final form until right about the time of the Babylonian exile, a little bit before, and then for some scholars even during the Babylonian exile. So you have a completely different chronology that has been put forward by those people in the last 200 or so years. And the order of documents that I listed for you, the J, E, D, and P,
yes.
those letters stand for the Yahlist document, which is the Hebrew name for God, Yahweh. The E document, that stands for the Elohist document, where the word Elohim is used for God. Mm-hmm. The D document is the Deuteronomist document. In other words, these scholars believe that the book of Deuteronomy was basically kind of a fake composition that was composed by King Josiah and his court and then placed into the temple where it could be discovered.
Yeah.
Which is what these scholars argue happened in the 6th century BC. And then the final document, P, that stands for the priestly document, which was the final codification of all those laws that eventually become the Torah. Okay? So in other words, they're thinking that the Torah was not the composition of Moses. It certainly was not composed in its final form that we have it today in the period of the Exodus. They believe that there were several people involved in the composition over the centuries, and then one or two editors put it into its final shape. Mm-hmm. So you have basically two very, very opposed schools of thought with two very, very different chronologies. Mm-hmm. Now, the interesting thing, putting it into context of your question, it is only in the context of the documentary hypothesis that you get any sort of possible connection to Babylon and its possible role mm-hmm. in the influence of composition of those 5 books. So, we're in this is a debate that I can assure you has been going on in biblical scholarship for the last 200 years. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Most of the churches now, the mainline churches, have adopted some version of the documentary hypothesis in their official Bibles that they publish, because you'll find, the Catholic Jerusalem Bible and so on and so forth, or the New Revised Standard, these different new versions will have their editorial notes. If you read them carefully, you will discover they're based on some version of this documentary hypothesis. Evangelicals, on the other hand, have completely avoided that type of biblical criticism and are in fact opposed to it. So, this continues down to our own day, and it even shows up, the influence of these opposing viewpoints shows up in the translations that each advocates.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this, we could talk on this for hours.
Yes, we could. Yes, we could.
Because, it's like someone has an agenda, And,
well, yes, I we've discussed this privately, and I don't want to go too much in depth here in this interview, but my own opinion that I come to now mm-hmm. is I personally have never been a subscriber to the documentary hypothesis.
Okay.
For a number of very picky reasons that we'd be discussing all night. If I were to try and explain my reasons, I'd have to really get into the nitty-gritty of that theory, and that would bore everybody. But yes, the bottom line is I do have the very strong intuition that much of the Old Testament biblical text is an edited text, but that the editing has not been done in the way that the advocates of the documentary hypothesis claim.
Yes, yes.
Because what they're saying is that the editing was all done in the name of a late emerging Hebrew monotheism. Mm-hmm. And that is as far as they take the agenda. I think that there are much more hidden agendas. I get into some of them in my books, or at least hint at some of them.
Yes.
With, the very peculiar alchemical readings of Moses melting down golden calf idol that the Hebrews had made. There are some other things that you and I have talked about in this series, the Tower of Babel and how that story is just kind of squatting there. You don't really know where it comes from. It's just plopped down in the middle of the text without much of a context by which to interpret it. And the other peculiar thing about it, as we've discussed before, is that there's no morality in play in the story.
Right.
People have had the idea that there is, but, you can only get that idea by reading into the story at that point.
Yeah.
So its occurrence there has always kind of strongly suggested to me that there's some sort of agenda taking place in the editing of the Old Testament text.
Mm-hmm.
I don't subscribe to the idea that the higher critics do, that there were several editors over several centuries, because it looks to me that the editing was too consistent. In other words, it was a tightly controlled affair.
Yeah.
So that if there was more than one person involved, it had to have been people in close physical and temporal proximity to each other that had a consistent goal in mind when they did it. So that's kind of my take at the moment.
Okay.
And I don't want to get into more details of why I think these things at this juncture. We're just not ready to go there.
Right. And we don't need boots on our doorstep.
And some of those things. I've discussed them with you privately, but
yes, I know. Well, when we go in, we look at this grand assembly of the, how do you say it, the Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki.
Anunnaki, okay. They are, or are they not, the Sumerian equivalent of the Nephilim?
Well, yes and no. The term Anunnaki simply means those who came down. In other words, those who came down from heaven. I think you can make a bit of a case that the Grand Assembly of the Anunnaki, in other words, the Sumerian gods, is basically what you're saying, the Sumerian pantheon. And the principal players in that pantheon, just for people to kind of refresh their memory, there's the original primal god, who is a god named Anu, and then his offspring, which is Tiamat and Marduk, Ninurta, Nergal, Enlil, and Enki are the ones that are kind of the main players in this cosmic war scenario. Those are the gods that pop up over and over and over again.
And they're the ones that had the tablets of destiny.
And they're the ones that are always fighting these immense wars over and with the tablets of destinies. Until Ninurta comes along and finally reclaims them and destroys some of them. In other words, and then some of them he secrets away.
Yes. Because
in the text that I reproduce in the Cosmic War, because they simply could not be destroyed, which I find is a very interesting thing, because the alchemical doctrine of the Philosopher's Stone is that the Philosopher's Stone is indestructible. So again, you have from way back in ancient Egypt with the alchemical reference, and then way back in ancient Sumer with the reference to the indestructibility of some of these tablets of destinies. I think you're looking again at a common legend here that has been differently handed down in Mesopotamia and Egypt. Okay? We're looking at a fragmented science. And as I mentioned in the Philosopher's Stone, it's very interesting to me that the medieval alchemist Paracelsus comes right out and says that when that ancient lost science was fragmented, the Babylonians got the astrological component. The Egyptians received the alchemical component. And the Hebrews received the Kabbalistic component.
Interesting.
Very. Now, let's speculate a little bit. I'm willing to go this far.
Okay.
Because I've said it before on your show. If you look at the Hebrews and you look at the Old Testament itself, it is constantly moving between what two cultures?
Yes.
Babylon and Egypt.
Yeah.
Right. Constantly back and forth between those two cultural epicenters. So, if there's an agenda, it is interesting to me that the Hebrews seem to be wandering all over the place as if someone is trying to put back together that fragmented, lost science.
Wow.
And it's conveniently all being done under the guise of religion.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, if there's an agenda, my suspicion is, and just speculating here, my suspicion is that's it.
Wow. Oh, Joseph.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. It does make sense.
Yeah, it does.
You know, and the chart that you have in the Cosmic Wars.
Which one?
Well, there's several about this pantheon and their descendants.
Yes.
And in there, it's interesting, when you brought up the Tower of Babel, that Nimrod is associated with Enki in the Sumerian version.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, my goodness.
That's right.
My goodness.
Yes, when you read the connections that exist between this really was one of the things that hit me, like a thunderbolt.
Yeah.
When I started investigating all this, because of course in biblical studies, you are not really ever sufficiently familiarized with the potential Sumerian and Babylonian influence on some of the Old Testament.
Yeah, they want to hide that.
They want to hide that.
Yes.
And when you are exposed to it, you are kind of preconditioned, let us say, to interpret that possible influence in a certain way that appears to be rather harmless.
Appears, yes.
Yes. But when you kind of rinse all the academic filtering out of your mind and really look at what's going on, that's when it becomes very clear, at least to me, that there's some sort of editorial agenda going on. Now, having said that, I want to make something else very clear. If there's editing going on in the biblical text, the canonical text, then there is also editing going on in all the other texts from that region. So in other words, if you're going to compile a story, a revisionist history, so to speak, from Egyptian and Sumerian and biblical texts, then that's precisely what you have to do. You have to consult all of them and compare them to each other very, very, very carefully and in detail. That's the problem. And I don't think, and I'll probably upset a lot of people here, I don't think the Egyptologists have done that adequately. I don't think the Assyriologists have done that adequately. And I don't think any stripe of biblical scholarship has done that adequately.
I would agree with that.
This is something that still remains to be done, at least publicly. I'm not saying that there may not be people that have done this privately.
Yes.
And kept it hidden and carefully out of sight.
Oh, yes, I know. I know. Yes. Well,
you and I know who some of those people may be because we've discussed it.
Yes,
we've discussed it privately.
Exactly. You're going to have people tapping my phone, Joseph.
I don't mean to do that.
Well, when we look, too, at dating systems.
Yes.
Okay. There's supposed to be, and you've got a photograph of this in the book, of an ancient shoe print.
Yes.
It's a shoe print, not barefoot.
Right.
It's a shoe print
right.
in Nevada.
Right.
In in a rock.
Yes.
And it's claimed to be 213 to 248 million years old, Joseph.
Yes. Yes.
How can that be? How can they?
Well, again,
and some guy on this planet wearing shoes that long ago.
Yeah. That's a bit of a problem for the standard academic theory of who we are and how long we've been here.
Yes. Exactly.
This is the other part of the problem, is that you have all of these very, very old, out-of-place artifacts that are clearly the product of some sort of civilization that should not, by any standard version of human history, be there when they're there.
Right.
So, and quite frankly, I don't particularly care if academia writes me off as a crackpot or a kook, because quite frankly, academia isn't looking at these things seriously enough. They don't want to do that.
They don't want to rock the boat, Joe.
Well, they don't want to, they don't want to give up their grant money, and they don't want to, they are institutions that are supposed to be for academic freedom, but they're anything but.
Exactly.
Particularly in this country. I mean, this country's academic institutions, I'll go on record and say, are just plain fraudulent.
Yeah.
When it comes to these types of questions and looking at them really openly and really honestly.
My God, Joseph, look what they did with global warming.
Well, yeah.
Lies, lies, lies.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, this dating thing, going back to Nimrod and Enki in the Sumerian version of the Tower of Babel, that was composed approximately 2000 BC.
Yes.
Okay. How do they? And that's older than the Genesis version.
Yes.
Okay. How is this done?
What do you mean? How is this done?
The dating.
You mean in terms of biblical scholarship?
Yeah.
Well, again, the problem of dating in biblical scholarship is that they've had to try to match the text with known archaeological discoveries. This is one of the biggest problems, in fact, with the documentary hypothesis, because when it was being formulated, many of the archaeological discoveries that we now know of did not back then exist. So in looking for some way to root the biblical text, what the critics were doing was they had to rewrite the history to make events fit what they believed were the actual things that did occur in history. So in other words, in a certain sense, the higher critics weren't trying to debunk the Bible any more than a conservative scholar was. They were simply trying to say, no, this is the actual history of what it's referring to. But the problem now is, I think, that if one looks seriously at the antiquity of some of the Sumerian versions of the biblical stories, what you're really looking at is, if you really are objective, you're looking at biblical versions of the Sumerian stories.
Oh my!
You see what I'm saying? If the Sumerian story is earlier, then the biblical version is perforce, by the nature of the case, a version of an original. So the question is, why did the biblical text alter the original version? What is the agenda in place?
My question exactly.
Yeah, well, again, I don't have the answer to that question. I suspect, again, that if we take this speculation of mine, that the Hebrews are moving back and forth between Mesopotamia and Egypt, and eventually, settle in the land that is exactly between the two, that the reason for this is in fact political and may have a hidden technological agenda of trying to put back together a lost science,
well, that would,
a lost technology.
Yeah, that would sure beat wandering around and living in tents.
Yes, yeah.
You know. Oh,
yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, there is something, I'm not trying to denigrate the religious aspect of things by any stretch of the imagination, but what I am suggesting is we had also better take seriously into consideration that there may be other motivations in play that are carefully hidden.
Right. Do you think that, okay, with this ancient technology, and you talked about, this phase conjugate business.
Right.
Okay. Could that set up a galactic communications grid?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, one of the sources that I use in that particular part of the book that you're referring to is a physicist by the name of Dr. Paul LaViolette.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. LaViolette's book is called The Talk of the Galaxy. It's a wonderful book, and I urge people to buy it and read it, because what he discovered when he was studying an astronomical phenomenon known as pulsars was that pulsars, incidentally, are just kind of stars that are rotating fast, okay?
Yeah.
And as they rotate, they appear to send out these bursts of radio signals that occur with a regular frequency, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But now what's interesting to Dr. LaViolette is that these pulsars are not, and I repeat this word, they are not randomly distributed in the galaxy. In fact, they seem to be clustered at 1 degree off of the galactic center in the constellation of Sagittarius, and they would only be visible, or in other words, non-statistically random, from planet Earth.
Wow.
So in other words, it appears that somebody set them up that way.
Kind of, yeah.
As quite literally, as a galactic communications grid with specific reference to planet Earth.
Wow.
Yeah. So, when a serious physicist comes along and says something like that, you'd better stand up and take notice, folks.
You better, yeah.
Yeah, you'd better.
Well, could that be, many times, Joseph, throughout the Torah, as well as the New Testament, as well as holy books from other peoples on this planet, they mention that God told them this, or they spoke with their deity, whomever. Could that galactic communications thing have something to do with that?
Oh boy, Georgianne.
Oh, my mind's on fire right now.
Yes, I can tell it is.
Oh. And I know you can't say yes or no, but can we explore that?
Let me put it to you this way.
Okay.
That is such a good question that I can answer part of it now.
Okay.
But I think once Babylon's Banksters is out and you read a certain portion of that particular book,
oh dear,
and discover what it is,
oh my gosh,
what it is that some of these ancient temple money fraternities are up to, you're going to absolutely be floored.
Oh.
But the short answer is, could that grid have been used to fake religious experiences?
Yes.
Short answer, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh. Yes. Because, let's go back to our longitudinal electroacoustic waves in the physical medium, okay?
Yeah.
Remember my analogy of jump rope waves and yardstick waves?
Yeah.
And let's repeat the analogy so that people understand what we're talking about.
Oh, please.
Normal electromagnetic energy, the radio waves that you listen to in your car,
Yeah.
those are jump rope waves or Hertz waves or sine waves, okay? So if you have two people stand up and sort of loosely stretch a jump rope between them, and one person jerks the jump rope up and down, okay?
Yes.
Most of the energy of the wave that is transmitted to the other person is lost in the up and down motion of that wave, okay?
Okay.
That is normal electromagnetic energy that travels at the velocity of light. With me?
Yes.
Now, instead of stretching a jump rope between the two people, now put a yardstick.
Okay.
Okay? And have one person pulse that yardstick repeatedly. Okay? All of that energy is transmitted to the other person instantaneously.
Oh my gosh.
So in other words, if you extrapolate from the analogy now, that longitudinal or pulsed wave, that's what a longitudinal wave is. It's a pressure wave, just like a sound wave in the air or a sound wave in water. That's a longitudinal wave. It's a pressure wave.
Okay.
Well, a pressure wave in the medium, by the nature of the case, Georgianne, is superluminal. In other words, it travels faster than the velocity of light.
Yeah.
Okay? So that is the way. If you're going to set up a really good, efficient way of communicating with people far distant from you, the way you're going to do it, you're not going to use Pony Express, electromagnetic radio waves or television. That's going to take forever to get there.
That's pretty antique.
It's obsolete. It's an antique.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do is you're going to have some sort of communication system based on longitudinal waves, pulsed waves in the physical medium itself.
Yes.
Or as they're known in some of the physics literature, scalar waves, all right?
Okay.
The interesting thing is I made a little discovery. Actually, it's not my discovery. I discovered a man who made the discovery of a very interesting ancient application of scalar waves. So could some of these religious revelations and so on have been, so to speak, faked or hoaxed on people? Short answer, yes.
Oh my. Well, Joseph, you remember during Gulf War I?
Yes.
All those people that threw up their arms because Allah told them to give up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brain-to-skull technology?
Well, yeah, there are so many applications of this stuff, it's not even funny.
Oh.
It's not even funny. There are so many applications of it.
Yeah, the news is full of them if you know where to look.
Yes, the news is full of them if you know where to look and how to look.
Yes.
The how will tell you where. But yes, it is a breathtaking technology, and I'll probably be writing about it until the day I die because there are so many different applications, so many different possibilities, and particularly so when you take these modern discoveries and go back and read some of these very, very ancient texts, because it's very clear once you do that they are describing this in detail. In the Giza Death Star destroyed, I take some of those old Sumerian texts and do that.
Yes.
And the amazing amount of parallel between the Enuma Elish, for example, and descriptions of some of the signatures of this scalar technology are just mind-boggling.
Oh, yeah. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
And everything seems to have been at one time without form and void.
Yes.
And then whammo.
Yes.
And then there's another whammo.
Yes.
You know, and they're telling us now there's going to be another whammo. You know.
What do you mean?
Well,
who's saying that? With regard to what?
Well, you know, there's this hysteria that the end of the world is coming again, with this Planet X coming near.
Oh yes, the Planet X and the 2012 stuff and all of that.
Yeah.
Well,
and Joseph, I can see how it would be of benefit to certain people that all of us believe that.
Oh yeah, there's definitely money to be made in promoting the apocalypse. I'm not an apocalypticist, as you know.
Yes.
I have no time for dispensationalist theology that the American evangelical community is into. I have no time for that.
Yeah.
And I have no time for the sort of apocalyptic doom and gloom mongering that is taking place with respect to 2012 and some other things, Planet X, in the alternative community.
Well, doesn't that increase the violence of the negative template, if you will?
Well, yeah. This is the other thing about this physics. There is a direct interface between consciousness and the physical medium, and I'll repeat that so people will understand what I just said.
Okay.
There is a direct interface between consciousness and the physical medium, so that to a certain extent the medium itself will respond to a lot of negativity by producing negativity.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not a doom and gloomer for that precise reason. If you keep thinking negative vibes and the world's going to destroy itself, it may very well do that.
Yeah.
You know, it's high time that we realize that we are not passive players in this story.
That's right.
We are active ones.
That's right.
And if I have set a certain crowd of predestinarians in the audience, that's too bad.
Well, no, Joseph, you know, there's been experiments run by numerous groups.
Yes, that's quite so.
Where someone is, something's going to happen, okay?
Right.
And numerous people know about it in advance, and they focus on it with, shall we say, good thoughts, positive thoughts, and that whatever it was that was so bad doesn't take place, it doesn't happen, or the people involved in it are arrested, so it doesn't happen. I mean, it's amazing what the human mind can do if it just knows it can do it.
Yes. You know, it's the old power of prayer paradigm.
Yes.
You know, it's high time to start combating evil and evil people with the weapons that we do have available.
That's right.
And that's, number one, prayer, or if you don't pray, then think good thoughts.
Yeah.
And quite literally bind these evil people and their own plans so that they go nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just not a doom and gloomer. For that reason.
Well, I think every day that we have is a blessing.
Yes, it is.
And we should react that it is a blessing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thankfulness is one of the key, I think, components of a genuinely humane human spirit.
You bet.
Because that requires a certain amount of humility before God or before the universe or whatever it is that you acknowledge as some sort of higher power.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's God, but you know there are people that don't have that, but are nevertheless good and decent people.
Yes.
So, you know, it's high time to quit pinning labels and hating someone or disagreeing or nitpicking and fighting over stupid stuff, silly stuff.
And, you know, in the scheme of the universe, all that silly stuff is so meaningless.
Yeah, well, it's silly. That's why it's silly stuff. It's meaningless and silly.
Well, I've got another question.
Mm-hmm.
With all of this ancient stuff, you know, the technology that we believe that existed, and there certainly seems to be substantial documentation that it did exist.
Right.
How does all of that fit in with, say, Roswell and the Reich? And you mentioned a power plant, a neutronic engine. Idiots don't build things like that.
No, they don't.
And, that the Nazis were storing massive amounts of thorium.
Yes.
Okay, so how do we come forward and fill this in, Joseph?
Well, the whole physics of this Nazi Bell project that I've been kind of cataloging and documenting throughout these various books.
Right.
That whole physics is one and the same physics as this ancient stuff with phase conjugation and rotating plasmas and so on and so forth. All of that physics is bound up in detail in this Nazi Bell project. That's why the project fascinates me. Because what it indicates to me is that the Nazi state is, as it were, kind of a resurrection, a conscious and deliberate attempt to resurrect the technology of Atlantis, for want of a better expression. So the Roswell incident, the documents that you're referring to there with the neutronic engine, are a set of Magic 12 documents that are called the Cooper-Cantwell documents. Now, the problem with those documents is, in my opinion, that they are probably forgeries. They're hoaxes. But, like so many of those documents that have come out, they appear to have been constructed by somebody in the know. In other words, they're not complete nonsense.
Yeah.
There are grains of truth in them, so that you have to subject them to interpretation. Excuse me. Now, you also mentioned the Nazis and thorium, and that's a really good thing. That's a wonderful detail to pick up on, because when the Allied intelligence teams went into the Third Reich at the end of the war, trying to sniff out the actual state of progress of the Nazi atom bomb program, excuse me.
Yes.
One of the mysteries that has persisted to this day is we have no explanation for why the Nazis were stockpiling massive amounts of thorium. None. By the conventional physics and thinking of our intelligence teams and engineers that went into the Third Reich, they just could not figure out what in the name of sense were these Nazis doing with all this thorium.
Yeah.
And the Nazis themselves, after the war, the neo-Nazis put out this story that, well, we were just exploring its possible uses in a toothpaste as a whitening ingredient. Now,
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Oh, my gosh.
That was actually put out.
Oh.
And I know, I don't know about your listeners, but I know that I don't want to be brushing my teeth with thorium.
No, I don't think so. Good grief.
I won't have any teeth by the time. But anyway, I think that in actual fact, and I write about this in The Philosopher's Stone, that the Nazis had a very sophisticated technology of isotope separation, and that technology is called laser isotope separation. In other words, you have to have lasers to make this technology work. And the technology is based on a tunable gas laser. In other words, the lasing cavity is not a crystal, it's a gas. Okay? And the gas has to be chosen to be resonant to the kind of isotope that you want to separate. And what you do is the lasing cavity, the gas that produces the laser beam, is of a certain frequency that is resonant to the isotope that you want to separate. And then you take that chemical element of the isotope that you want to separate, and you gasify it, and you beam the laser beam through that isotope with an electrical polarity. And what that does is it collects the isotope that you want on electrical plates of the opposite polarity. It's a very, very efficient way of collecting very pure isotope and in great amounts. All right?
Wow.
Now, what I think the Nazis were doing is that they were separating thorium-229 isomer, and an isomer is one of these isotopes that's in a high state of spin, okay?
Yeah.
And it's also got a very low threshold of stability, all right? Now, what that means is when you de-excite that isomer, in other words, you slam on the brakes and force it to stop spinning, the isomer will spit out massive amounts of energy in the form of gamma ray bursts, and it will slow down, it'll stop spinning, and in some cases it'll even fission spontaneously. In other words, you have the same principle at work in an atom bomb, but you are doing it by slowing it down, by pulsing it, making it stop, okay?
Yeah.
And then the atom splits. Well, I think they were using this thorium-229 isomer as one of the compounds in that serum-525 in the bell.
Oh.
Aha, because we do know that thorium oxide was one of the components of that serum. So in other words, it's natural that they're going to spin all this stuff up using an element that's already in a high-spin state. Okay?
Yes.
So let's go to Roswell. All of what is taking place inside the Nazi bell is to put a plasma into a very high state of mechanical and electrical rotation, and then you pulse it. And then, of course, if you remember the bell story, people saw this thing levitating at night over the tree lines of the facilities where it was being tested.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we have this crash in Roswell, which I do not think was extraterrestrial.
I don't either.
And I don't think it was a balloon.
Yeah.
Okay?
Obviously it was not a balloon.
Obviously it was not a balloon. If it was a balloon, then at the time the U.S. Air Force is in a whole lot of trouble because the intelligence officer of the only atom bomb group in the U.S. Air Force, or the rest of the world at the time, goes out and misidentifies a weather balloon as a flying saucer. So this is not the kind of man you want to have as your intelligence officer in that unit. In other words, the story that the Air Force put out the same day that it put out the flying saucer story, that it was simply a mistaken case of misidentifying a weather balloon, that's nonsense.
Oh, boy.
Their intelligence officer simply is not that stupid. You know?
Exactly.
So I look at it this way, Georgianne. What crashed there at Roswell, as we mentioned in the other interview on Roswell and the Reich, was Nazi. And when I say it was Nazi, I don't mean that it was the product of some Nazi technology that we brought back to this country, and that our Nazis were running for us. No, no, no. What I mean by Nazi is it was the crash of something that came from an independent Nazi project.
The people with no telephone numbers.
The people with no telephone numbers and no addresses that live in Latin America.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe down there around Concepcion.
Yes, maybe down around Farrell, Chile, and San Carlos Bariloche in Argentina, you know.
Oh, my.
Yeah. If that's what happens at Roswell, that is going to send the United States military into a tailspin of panic.
Of course.
Because this is 2 years after the war. It is self-evidently a German technology, and when you read Roswell and the Reich and go through all the little details of the debris and how I trace them back to Nazi Germany, that pretty much, in my mind, cinches the case. And that E.T. and balloons came along as the way that the military tried to spin it so that people wouldn't realize that, hey, we've got a bunch of Nazis flying over American airspace. You know? Because had that got out, obviously there would have been a political outcry.
Well, there must have been something, Joseph, that they did to have, have them there at Holloman And to me, that's fascinating.
Who, the Germans?
Yeah.
At Holloman?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's related to the Roswell story or not. Quite frankly, nothing in this world would surprise me anymore. It all seems to be connected somehow.
Yeah.
But in terms of the Roswell incident, I think it's sufficient to the case that it is after that incident occurred, and no one, to my knowledge, before I came along with Roswell and the Reich, no one in the Roswell research community has pointed this fact out.
Yes.
That after the Roswell incident occurred, for some reason, most of those paperclip Nazis had their files reopened by American counterintelligence.
Oh, my.
Oh, my is right. Now, to me, that tells me that there's a connection, that the U.S. military was worried about our Nazis possibly being involved in something much bigger than we had ever dreamed possible.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Yeah.
What, in all of this that's going on, Joseph, what are the Russians doing? I mean...
Mm-hmm. What you mean with this physics?
Yes, with this physics.
Well, interestingly enough, and I mentioned this in SS Brotherhood of the Bell, the Russians got some of the German radar scientists that were working on radar versions of phase conjugation at the end of the war.
Yeah.
Now, stop and just think what I just told you.
Phase conjugation.
Phase conjugation. The Nazis discovered this in 1945.
Oh.
Just as the war was ending. So the Russians took this team back to Russia and employed them for a while in very super secret Russian projects involving phase conjugation.
Yeah.
Which is, again, the very same physics that you'd be using to do things like producing earthquakes and so on and so forth. And, of course, the Russians had Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, that I talk about in The Philosopher's Stone quite a bit, who came up with the idea that, okay, stars are not emitting enough neutrino energy for the thermonuclear version of stellar energy to be true. So what he's really telling you is that there's some other energy source at work in stars.
Wow.
And that's where the whole idea of torsion comes in.
Yeah.
And once you say torsion, you're right back to this whole idea of scalar physics and of physics that manipulates directly the physics of the medium. Because what are stars? They're rotating balls of plasma. And when you say rotation, you're saying torsion. What was the bell? It was a huge device to do what? Rotate plasma. So we're in the presence of one and the same physics. Now, interestingly enough, the head of that German radar team, his name was Dr. Richard Hellmann, an apt name.
Yeah.
This fellow, for some reason, ended up being released by the Soviets in 1955.
Yes.
And he made his way from there to, guess where? Brazil.
Oh, yes.
Where he worked on a similar project for the Brazilians. And I find that extremely interesting.
Yes, it is.
Because if you look at the physics papers coming out of Brazil in the last 20 to 30 years, they are extremely interesting, and they're very avant-garde. They're sort of out of the mainstream.
Wow.
And the other interesting thing about Brazil is that it has a fiercely independent energy policy. Yeah. So I think there's good reason to believe that one of the players in possession of this technology is precisely Brazil, and the group of Nazis that were working very covertly for the Brazilian government.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We don't care about your politics.
Yeah, we don't care about your politics. We just want our toys.
Yes, leave us alone.
Leave us alone.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, Joseph, fascinating. Fascinating, fascinating.
It really is. It's a huge story.
Well, is this applicable to the technology that they had way back there?
Well, yes, it's all one. My point over and over and over is that this is all one and the same physics. The physics I write about in the Giza Death Star is the same physics I write about in the Cosmic War, and it's the same physics as I write about in the SS Brotherhood of the Bell. It's the same physics I wrote about in Secrets of the Unified Field, the Philadelphia Experiment, and the Nazi Bell, and the Discarded Theory. It's the same physics that I believe that this Richter character was investigating in Argentina.
Yeah.
It's the same physics that was, I believe, in use in whatever crashed at Roswell. It's the same physics that's part of this Soviet research that I detail in The Philosopher's Stone. It's one and the same.
And
it is the same stuff.
So the ancients had these physics.
The ancients, when you say ancients, I want to make sure that people understand. I don't necessarily mean that the Babylonians had it or that the Egyptians had it. What they had was a residue of it.
Yes.
That there was a pre-existing, much higher civilization.
Oh, yeah.
That had this stuff long ago. And the evidence that existed is in those ancient texts from those civilizations in that region. Because those texts are describing a war and a technology in a detail that Babylonians or Egyptians would not have known of had they not heard it from somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we read in mythology, this god threw his lightning bolts, and this one threw his thunderbolts.
Yes.
And, all of those stories are talking about some kind of technology.
In my opinion, yes.
Even the ones, Joseph, where the women were deceived. I forget. The mother of Heracles.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband was away somewhere at war or whatever, and she believed he had come back and conceived a child.
Right.
That later it was found out that it wasn't of her husband. It was someone who was identical.
Right.
And is this also, can we classify this as a type of technology? Or
classify what?
Someone being able to take the place of or look like someone else.
Possibly. Possibly.
Boy, that's scary.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, there are little indications of a technology in most of these mythologies if you choose to read them in that way.
Yeah.
In other words, if you choose to read them as containing a kernel of truth that has been handed down through generation after generation and possibly millennia after millennia. So, there is, I think, sufficient evidence in most of these ancient texts that there was a very old, very sophisticated, very high civilization with a very high science. And let's not forget Paracelsus' little observation that was fragmented into different components deliberately.
Yeah.
And that there was a deliberate attempt made to reconstruct it.
Yeah. Well, remember Paracelsus and his homunculus?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Very fascinating.
Yes, it is.
Sort of the Planet X idea. The Earth, says one paleontologist in perfect and elegant Portuguese, faced this threat before, and all life was nearly exterminated. The rogue threat is a killer asteroid.
Right.
Now, Joseph, how realistic is this happening? Would this be happening again?
Well, that's a good question, and just to kind of give folks an idea of where you're coming from with that, you're citing the very beginning of the Cosmic War, where I have this kind of fictional scenario of the various world powers being confronted with the reality of an asteroid possibly striking the Earth. And the thinking is, the reason I get into that scenario is because if you have watched TV lately, in the last 5 to 6 years, the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, the Learning Channel, and so on and so forth have had these programs about killer asteroids hitting the Earth, okay?
Yes.
And the basic standard theory within academia is that approximately 65 million years ago, there was such an event, a large asteroid hit the Earth, and as a result of throwing up all that dust and energy and so on and so forth, the dinosaurs were wiped out and the climate of the Earth changed, and then we have the rise of the mammals and so on and so forth. Okay? And there is a school of thought in contemporary academics that this is something that, given all the junk floating in outer space, that eventually a similar event could happen again. All right? Now, I have my suspicions that this is, in a certain sense, but a ploy that is being created to weaponize outer space for other reasons. Follow me?
Yes.
The other reasons being that there are certain groups down here that suspect that we have relatives out there that aren't too nice and may be coming back, to put it as bluntly as possible.
Oh, my.
And, we better have the means to defend ourselves, and the way to do that, of course, if you can blow up asteroids with weapons that you put into outer space, well, then you can pretty well take care of anybody that may be coming along. And I think there's another possible agenda as well, and that is to place essentially a weapon that is capable of blowing up a planetoid is also something that you can use to strike anywhere on the surface of the Earth, too. So in other words, I think some of this is just basically a ploy to allow certain people to put weapons in outer space, or to justify the fact that they already have, which is probably the case. which is probably the case. Now, there is another school of thought that there is a so-called Planet X out there. Sitchin calls it Nibiru.
Yes.
And I want to deal specifically with Sitchin's scenario, because I've said many times that I'm not a Sitchinite, that I have some problems with many aspects of the scenario that he constructs in his books. Well, one of the main themes of his book is precisely this Planet X, or Planet Nibiru, which he says, passes through the solar system every 3,600 years or so. And quite simply, my problem with his version of this theory is that the physical mechanics simply does not work. If something like that were truly a hidden or lost planet in the solar system, we would see some sort of signatures in the orbits of the planets that we do not, in my opinion, see. All right.
Okay.
So I want to be very clear that when I entertain thoughts or notions of Planet X or something of that nature possibly striking the Earth, I am not talking about Zecharia Sitchin's scenario or his version of it. So, but a good question nonetheless, because it gets us into the whole idea of really why there is this push to put weapons powerful enough to defend the Earth from a possible asteroid strike.
Yes.
And the reason I mention all of this is because in my books I've mentioned repeatedly a physical, astronomical thing called the Roche limit, R-O-C-H-E. And if you want to think of it, it is a kind of a natural defensive grid around a planet that's caused by its gravitational field, that when an object enters it, it is subjected to tidal stresses and in many cases breaks up. The Roche limit essentially is a barrier that crunches stuff up and makes it manageable.
Yeah.
Well, if you remember, you saw a good example of the Roche limit at work when the comet Schumacher-Levy a few years back broke up and then struck Jupiter. So in other words, the whole comet didn't strike Jupiter. It was fragments of it because it was subjected to all those tidal stresses by Jupiter's gravitational field. So, I have my doubts about killer asteroids and so on and so forth for that reason as well. It would have to be a very big asteroid traveling rather quickly in order to strike a blow like that on planet Earth. So, I've got problems with the physics of it, and then I think, as I said in the beginning of my remarks, I think that a lot of this is just nothing but pure politics and a way to create a smokescreen to get weapons up into outer space for other reasons.
Yes, for other reasons.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Bode's law.
Bode's
law.
Bode's law.
Yes. He talks about the spacing of the planets.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that significant?
Well, Bode's law, Bode was a German astronomer, 18th century German astronomer, who came up with a law, a very simple little arithmetical law that I mentioned in the first chapter of the Cosmic War, that predicted relatively successfully the orbits of the planets, beginning with Mercury, out through the known planets back then. But the problem with the law was that it predicted a planet should be in the asteroid belt, and there wasn't any. Okay? And at the time that he made his prediction that there should be a planet there, of course, astronomers began to look for one. And unfortunately, what they were finding, what eventually they started to find, of course, were the asteroids. They found, I believe it was an asteroid by the name of Charon. I may be mistaken about that, but the asteroids began to be discovered because they were looking for a planet where the asteroid belt is. Yeah. That's the problem. And as soon as they discovered that, well, what we're finding here isn't a planet, we're finding a bunch of junk, a bunch of debris, they came to the conclusion very, very early in the 19th century that this debris that they kept finding was probably the remains of an exploded planet. That's where the whole idea of an exploded planet started, was Bode's law and that prediction. And oddly enough, George, these early 19th century astronomers, guess what they named the planet? Krypton. So in other words,
Krypton.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the asteroid belt and this idea of an exploded planet, which is, the early 19th century version of it, is, and I should qualify that by saying that it was serious astronomers that were talking about an exploded planet. So in other words, this wasn't sort of 19th century New Age nonsense going on. These were very serious astronomers trying to figure out, well, why, did this astronomical law successfully make a prediction, and all we find is a bunch of junk and no planet? Well, they came to the conclusion that there was a planet, and for some reason, it blew up. Now, it should be noted that there's a lot of asteroids, and they're solid. So in other words, whatever blew up was a large, solid planet. That's the key.
Oh. Well, Van Flandern claims that asteroids exhibit explosion signatures.
Yes. Let me give a bit of background. Dr. Thomas Van Flandern was the modern astronomer in the 20th century that revived the exploded planet hypothesis for a number of reasons. The first and most important was he was trying to explain the origin of comets, because the standard theory, which if you study astronomy, for the origin of comets, and to me this is a gas. I mean, this this makes no sense whatsoever, but this is actually the standard theory. that way out beyond the orbit of Pluto, there is a belt of space junk that is called the Oort cloud, all right?
Yeah.
And astronomy, this is actually the standard view in astronomy, incidentally. So in order to explain the origin and wildly erratic eccentric orbits of comets, astronomers have come up with this idea of the Oort cloud, which is this belt of space junk out beyond the orbit of Pluto, to explain the origin of comets. And this, what they say is the cause of it is, occasionally a passing star will, by virtue of its gravitational field, kick a bunch of this debris into these wildly eccentric orbits that we see comets possess, okay?
Yeah.
Well, stars don't just wander around and kick debris into wild orbits. This is kind of my basic problem with the whole theory, Well, it turned out that Dr. Van Flandern, a very serious astronomer at the U.S. Naval Observatory, had the same problem. The physics just doesn't work. So he revived the idea of the exploded planet hypothesis to explain why comets even exist and have these wild, long, elliptical, erratic orbits, okay? And he plugged a bunch of cometary orbits into a mathematical calculating program and ran it backwards to figure out if, in fact, these orbits would come from a common place of an exploded planet in the asteroid belt. And lo and behold, the results fell out statistically that, yes, there were two essential times that a planet may have exploded that kicked a bunch of this debris into cometary orbits, and that was 65 million years ago, and then about 3.2 million years ago, and then all harmonics thereof, okay?
Okay.
And, I get into some of the other reasons that he had for those two dates in the book, but in answer to the asteroid question then, if you look at some of the asteroids, which he did, he notes that some of these asteroids are diamond possessing. They possess diamonds in them. And this is an interesting thing because, of course, diamonds are only produced under tremendous heat and tremendous pressure.
Yes.
Okay? And the only way on Earth that you get diamonds is simply because of the large mass of the Earth. In other words, if there are diamonds in asteroids, then they came from a large, solid planet that blew up.
Oh.
Yeah, oh-ho. So this is exactly what he formulated. He wrote a book called Dark Matter, Missing Planets, and New Comets, I believe is the title of it. And he outlines, in several hundred pages, his case for the exploded planet hypothesis. And, of course, I jump off in the cosmic war there because he, having outlined this hypothesis, then to explain the orbit of comets, which he does successfully, the next problem is, well, why did the planet blow up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is, we'd kind of like to know since we're living on one.
Yeah, it would be a handy thing to know.
It would be a handy thing to know because we certainly don't want planet Earth to blow up.
Right.
Well, he proposed several models to explain why the planet blew up. And the first was a nuclear fission model, okay? In other words, basically kind of an atom bomb model of naturally radioactive materials gathering into a critical mass in the solid core of the planet and blowing up. The problem is, on a standard fission model of splitting an atom, you don't get anywhere near enough energy out of the explosion to blow up a planet, okay? That's the first problem. So then his second model was, okay, well, that's one model. Here's another one for why the planet blew up. He posits that somehow a bunch of antimatter got collected in the core of the planet and was separated somehow from matter, but somehow it came into contact with matter, and of course an antimatter-matter reaction is a total annihilation reaction, and it caused a colossal explosion and the planet blew up.
Yes.
Well, as I pointed out in the Cosmic War, the whole problem with that theory is that while antimatter does exist, I mean, they've actually created this stuff, it exists in such minute quantities vis-a-vis matter that many physicists doubt whether or not the relationship between matter in the universe and antimatter in the universe is symmetrical. In other words, they doubt whether or not there's ever going to be enough antimatter around to worry about. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So that's the next problem with Van Flander's model as to why this planet exploded. So when you read Van Flandern, and I take the reader in the Cosmic War on a kind of a thorough review of his book, you can kind of sense his frustration of trying to explain why in the name of sense did this thing blow up. Mm-hmm. Okay? And so finally he comes down you have to read him very carefully, but the final model that he comes down to is, well, if none of these models work, and you can tell he's not very happy with them,
yeah.
If none of these models work, then perhaps it was the result of deliberate action. In other words, what he's telling you is that somebody had the technology to push a button and do it. Oh. In other words, he's telling you it was a result of an act of war.
Wow.
And that is exactly what you see in the ancient texts.
Yes. Well, another thing that's interesting, Joseph, is that most comets originate from a point beyond the planetary solar system.
Well, yes and no. I mean, their orbits go out wildly out beyond the solar system, but the fact is they are still part of the planetary system of the solar system. This is the problem. If you say that they originate from outside the solar system, then you're getting into the whole Oort cloud nonsense, which, again, as a model, I simply don't accept.
Yeah.
But, what he's saying is that the force of the explosion itself kicked these things way, way out on these long, long orbits outside of the solar system.
Well, what about Mars and Xenon 129? Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting problem because our good friend Richard Hoagland, and in his book, The Monuments of Mars, one of the things that he noted was that there is an unusual amount of Xenon 129 on the planet Mars. Okay? Now, just so your listeners know the significance of that, Xenon 129 is a byproduct of nuclear explosions. Okay? Yeah. In other words, light off an A-bomb and you're going to get a lot of Xenon 129 floating around, okay? Yeah. Well, the problem is there's so much Xenon 129 on Mars, abnormally high trace amounts of it. And since the origin of Xenon 129 is most often in nuclear explosions, this leads one to the conclusion that, well, we have a bunch of A-bombs going off on Mars, okay? Yeah. Well, it's an interesting argument because, it's another argument that Hoagland makes for the case that there was a civilization of some sort on Mars and that all of a sudden it was destroyed. Because the other thing that he does in the Monuments of Mars, does quite a lot of in the Monuments of Mars, is that he looks at craters on Mars, crater counts on Mars. And oddly enough, just as on the Moon, there are all sorts of craters that are aligned in double systems. Crater, over and over and over and over again. Yes. And these, incidentally, are shallow craters. Mm-hmm. And the significance of that is if you have craters created by a meteoric impact, then the crater is going to be relatively deep, right? Mm-hmm. And it's going to kick up all sorts of ejecta and so on and so forth and create these, just think of that big meteorite crater down in Arizona. Yeah. It's huge. Yes. And you can clearly see how much junk was kicked up. Well, if you light off a nuclear bomb, most often those things are if you use them in war, they're actually exploded above the target in the air. Yes. And the reason for that is the bomb itself, you want to use the explosions, the waves from the explosion, to create a pattern of interference on the ground so that the wave itself is more destructive, okay? So in other words, a nuclear bomb, when it's set off, is usually set off in the atmosphere above the target. And even on the target, it doesn't make that much of a crater. So the thing that Hoagland notices in his crater counts on Mars, looking at all these weird little double craters, is that they're also shallow.
Yes.
Which is a signature, again, of a nuclear weapon rather than a meteoric impact. So in other words, you pile all this up, Georgianne, the fact that one hemisphere of Mars was suddenly brutally concussed with this shockwave of water. Mm-hmm. The fact that you have abnormally high trace amounts of xenon-129 in Mars, yes, in its atmosphere. The fact that you have this consistent and repeated pattern of double cratering in all of these weird alignments on the surface of Mars, and so on and so forth. Well, add all that together, and what he's saying, and I think would probably now agree with, is that you're looking at yet more signatures of this ancient cosmic war and the exploded planet. And I mention that shockwave of water because this is very significant in Van Flander's hypothesis. Because in his estimation, the planet that exploded was probably water-bearing, okay?
Okay.
And probably more massive than the Earth, just given the amount of junk, that we see in the asteroid belt. And he hints around in the book that it is this sudden shockwave of water concussing Mars and then later the Earth, that this may account for the origin of the flood. The universal earthly traditions are all over the globe that there was a big flood at some point. Well, to me, it's very interesting, Georgianne, that if you look at the evidence for the flood being on a planetary scale, as most people take the biblical flood to be, if you look for evidence of the flood on a planetary scale, the planet that shows the most and best evidence for a planetary-wide flood isn't planet Earth, it's Mars.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, in photos that I've seen of Mars, you can see what I would describe as water having had carved out.
Oh yes.
Certain things.
Oh yes, you're absolutely right. This is something that puzzles exogeologists or planetary geologists about Mars, because as I say, the southern hemisphere of Mars looks like it was just absolutely scoured all of a sudden with a huge amount of water that just more or less slapped the planet, scoured out all of these gorges and chasms. I mean, there are places on Mars that absolutely dwarf the Grand Canyon in scale and size and depth and so on and so forth. And the northern hemisphere of Mars, conversely, is almost devoid of any of that sort of evidence of geological flooding, okay?
Yeah.
And in Van Flander's reading of the exploded planet hypothesis, what happened was, and the other thing we should know is that Mars has virtually no magnetic field, no magnetosphere, as does the Earth. Mm-hmm. It's very, very weak on Mars. And of course, the atmosphere and everything else on Mars is quite different than Earth. But there is enough evidence to suggest that Mars may have once been a life-bearing planet with oceans, continents, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
So in Van Flander's reading of it, what he suggests, kind of hints around at, is that when the planet exploded and you had this shockwave of water and debris spreading out from it, the first planet that it's going to hit, of course, is going to be Mars. Okay? Mm-hmm. Mars is concussed, and that shock wave basically strips away or creates such a shock that the magnetosphere of Mars is stripped away. the atmosphere of Mars is blown away, basically, whatever it was, and you have this now barren planet as a result of it. So, yeah, it's a very complex hypothesis. The problem now that we revisionists have to face that is a significant one is that in Van Flanderen's dating, as I mentioned, this event took place either 65 million years ago or 3.2 million years ago, all right? Mm-hmm. The ruins on Mars in the Cydonia region that Hoagland has been talking about for so many years appear to be much younger than 3.2 million years ago.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So we have to do one of two things. We either have to look at our chronology for this event, or we have to assume that whatever civilization was on Mars took some sort of steps to ensure its survival, or that whoever was on that planet had some of its people escape prior to the event and then come back.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I mention that because in several of our previous interviews, you have mentioned the ancient text that speaks of the gods leaving the earth before the flood and then looking on from the meridian of high heaven, right?
Yes.
And weeping.
Yes.
Okay?
At the destruction.
At the destruction that has been caused. Well, again, there is really nothing in the story to indicate that we have to assume that it is planet Earth that they're escaping from.
That's true.
It may be, again, because the geological evidence for a planetary-wide flood is much better on Mars than on Earth. It may be that the whole story is taking place somewhere else, namely there.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. You see, this opens up a really big Pandora's box because, again, if, let's just speculate here a bit. Let's assume that it's Mars that the biblical story of the flood and the Babylonian Atrahasis epic, their version of the flood story, and so on and so forth. Let's just assume that it is planet Mars on which the flood takes place. Okay? What's the Ark? Well, in a certain sense, it makes a lot more sense to assume that the Ark isn't a big boat that you've stuffed a bunch of animals into and that you have to clean up their poop. Okay?
True.
Let me be very blunt.
True.
If we're dealing with a society, if we're dealing with a civilization that has an interplanetary capability, that has that kind of science, it is also likely, if you take those ancient texts seriously again and look at all the little suggestions and clues within them, that they had a very sophisticated genetic engineering technology, it is equally possible that the Ark may have been some sort of spaceship and the samples of animals, so to speak, nothing but DNA cultures, collections, okay? Which makes a lot more sense, and it's a lot easier to store, if you can clone something.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the reason I suggest that scenario is, if you'll recall in the Cosmic War, I mentioned certain Native American Indian traditions. And incidentally, the Dogon tribe in Africa and the Zulus in Africa are adamant that they don't come from this planet.
Yes.
They come from an island across the sea. And again, if you know how to decode the text, oftentimes those ancient texts will call deep space the ocean. Yeah. Or the sea, or the abyss, or the primeval waters, or what have you. That's their name for outer space. Okay?
Yeah.
And what are islands? Well, they're planets.
Yes.
They're little spots of land in the midst of a vast ocean, right?
Okay.
You see, so in other words, learn how to decode the text, and if you decode them in that way, then what they're talking about is, so to speak, an interplanetary exodus, if I can be blunt, of survivors that may have come from there to here.
Well, it makes sense. It really does. Especially the part of carrying DNA of animals and not having to clean up the poop and feed them.
Exactly.
To carry food for animals would be
the biblical story and the other stories are telling you something very significant. But it's important not to take it too literally, and get visions of big boats with, covered in pitch and all sorts of animals crammed into it.
Yeah.
It's telling you something very significant. It's telling you, number one, there was an elite at work that saw catastrophe coming and took steps to ensure the survival of life.
Yes.
Okay? But if you look at it in that way, that's all it need to tell you. And if you compare it, more importantly, to other cultures' versions of the flood, they're saying essentially the same thing. But again, like I have said so many times before in these interviews, these stories are they're deliberately designed, in my opinion, to operate on a multiplicity of levels.
Yes.
To indicate, number one, there was a flood on Earth, and probably we got a bunch of people into a boat just to survive. Okay, sure, that's the prosaic level at which we understand the story.
Yes.
But at a much deeper level, when you go back to the fact that in these ancient texts, their word for space, outer space, is the abyss, is primeval waters, is the ocean, is the deep sea, and so on and so forth, then looked at in that way, you are dealing with a story of cosmic war and resulting catastrophe, and they did something to ensure their survival. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah. Well, the gods. We have throwing thunderbolts around.
Yes. Well, I know where you're going.
Yeah. The squatter man of the Native American Indians that's recorded in petroglyphs is analogous to three-dimensional plasma stability.
Yes.
Yeah.
That, I'm so glad you brought that up, because that raises a whole other data set of points that supports this whole cosmic war hypothesis. The fellow that you're talking about that did that,
Anthony Pratt,
right. He is a world-famous plasma physicist. Now, here's the thing, folks.
Oh, dear, more.
Oh, dear, more. This guy was studying these petroglyphs. And now, mind you, folks, we're talking about a man who published all of this in a scientific peer-reviewed journal, okay? So, in other words, we're not dealing again with some New Age fly-by-night that's channeling information from Ra, okay?
Right.
We're dealing with a PhD in plasma physics.
Yeah.
Well, he looks at these petroglyphs that you're talking about. I reproduce them in the book.
Yes.
And he does a three-dimensional rotation of them. In other words, he models them not as two-dimensional objects, but as a three-dimensional object around a common axis of rotation. And what do you get when you do that? You get a picture of what's called plasma pinch, okay?
Okay.
And I reproduce photos of some of these plasma pinches in the Cosmic War, okay? And what he says is, at some point, apparently, very, very ancient man saw massive coronal plasma displays in outer space and reproduced them in these petroglyphs, all right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, the really interesting thing is if you go all the way over to Mesopotamia once again, you get pictures, and I put the picture of this in the Cosmic War, of the god Ninurta, and some think it's actually the god Nergal, but whoever, and some even think it's the god Marduk, okay? Doesn't matter. Some Babylonian, Sumerian god, okay? Yes. There's a picture of him, and he's holding in his right arm, he has his right arm up above his head like he's throwing a spear, okay?
Yeah.
But instead of a spear, what he's holding is a depiction of the divine thunderbolt, okay? And if you look at this thunderbolt carefully and then look at the picture of the plasma pinch that I have in the Cosmic War to compare it with, lo and behold, they look almost identical.
Oh, my gosh.
All right? So in other words, there is an element of scientific truth, this is the point, to the artistic depiction that you see from ancient times of the gods throwing their thunderbolts. Now, let's go back to Mars. Okay? On the surface of Mars, right near the equator, there is a huge, gigantic, almost planetary-wide scar that runs for thousands of miles. This is the Martian Grand Canyon, and like I say, it absolutely dwarfs anything on planet Earth for its sheer scale.
Yeah.
But the odd thing is, number one, if you look at the geology of this feature, it's called the Valle Marineris, okay? If you look at the geology of this feature, it looks as if it had been carved out by a gigantic lightning strike. In other words, a plasma. That's all lightning is. It's an electrified gas. What you see when lightning goes off is the ionized atmosphere of the Earth as this huge amount of electrostatic direct current voltage is passing through it. Okay, that's what creates the lightning. It's the atmosphere that you're seeing glowing under ionization. Well, that means that essentially in that pattern where the electricity is running, that is a plasma.
Yes.
Okay? That's what it does. And when lightning strikes on the surface of the Earth, every now and then you can go out and find these little things called fulgurite on the ground. When lightning strikes on planet Earth, what it does, the lightning is actually rotating. It's spinning. The electrical current is spinning, okay? And when it impacts with the Earth, it creates a little whirl in the surface of the Earth. And if you look at the Valle Marineris, there's actually a rill on the moon called the Hyginus Rill, where instead of being carved by water or running liquid of some sort, you can look at it and clearly see that this is the result of massive, massive lightning strikes. So in other words, again, the science is confirming what the ancient texts are telling you.
Well, do these lightning strikes have anything to do with like a coronal mass ejection?
They can, yes. They can, because let's go back to what we discussed in the previous section about the templates and longitudinal pulses and so on, and pulsars. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. If you recall, I said that any large rotating mass is a natural resonator of these kinds of physical fields, right? Mm-hmm. The sun is the most massive of all of those, correct? All it would take for gigantic lightning strikes from the sun is if somehow you polarized the sun and the planets in a huge electrical dipole, a huge electrical circuit, and that would create the conditions for those types of things that you're describing. And incidentally, there is a certain school, it's not a very well-known school within astronomical science, that maintains that in its original condition, very early in its history, the solar system was much more electrodynamic than it is now. In other words, that's their fancy way for telling you that now the planets are more or less electrically neutral. You don't get these big, huge arcs of electricity arcing from one planet to another. Oh. But what they're saying is way back when, the conditions may have been such that they could do that.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. Now, let's imagine if you possess the knowledge of all of that, if you possess the science to do it deliberately.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, gosh. And, of course, I'm maintaining that at one time we did.
Yes, yes.
And that we're trying to put it desperately back together.
Well, someone on the earth had to witness some of these things.
Yes, well,
there had to be someone here to make the petroglyphs, to do the...
Yes, or to record stories about the wars of the gods tossing their thunderbolts.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, again, Peratt is a peer review, the paper that he published where he says all this is peer-reviewed. It's a serious scientific paper. Mm-hmm. The problem is, again, the chronological one. Because, again, if you go back to Van Flanneren's hypothesis, the hypothesis states that the planet exploded either 65 million years ago or 3.2 million years ago. I opt for the later date, about 3.2 million years ago, for various reasons that I get into in the Cosmic War.
Yeah.
But if you take the petroglyphs that Peratt is talking about, those, if I recall correctly, are dated to approximately 30,000 to 45,000 years ago, right? So in other words, again, the chronology is the problem. It's not the basic facts that are the problem. It's the chronology. Trying to piece all of this together in a consistent chronological framework. Now, I don't attempt in the Cosmic War to reconcile all of these chronological difficulties, but I'll speculate a bit here on one possible way to do it. And that is that if you recall, in the Cosmic War, this war between the gods appears to have been fought at least in two stages. In other words, we have sort of an ancient version of World War I, and then, Germany comes back, and we get to go round two.
Yeah.
So, let's hope the old phrase, third time this is a charm, it's going to be the case. But the same thing holds true if you read carefully these ancient texts describing the Cosmic War, because there's an early one fought between Marduk and Tiamat, right?
Yes.
Then there's a later one fought between Ninurta and Nergal.
And it's interesting that I think the first time the Earth was destroyed by fire.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, the problem I see, or the way I will speculate now as a possible way to reconcile some of these chronological difficulties, is I've always maintained, and I do so at the very beginning in the introduction to the Cosmic War, that these two factions, whatever they were, that fought those wars, that they have more or less continued to fight them underground since then. So in other words, what we may be looking at with some of those petroglyphs is the ongoing conflict, so to speak, between them. So that at least, that's my thinking now. And the reason I'm putting it to you that way, Georgianne, is because in the book that's at the printer now, Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men, I outline a case, or I begin to start the case of what happened after the Cosmic War. What were the surviving elites up to? And again, we know part of the story from Babylon's banksters of what some of them were up to.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm trying to fill in the blanks. In other words, in Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men, to a certain extent, as to what were the first steps that these surviving elites took after this war. So, in other words, I'm continuing the story, and it's part of my model as I continue this story to assume that you have essentially two surviving ideologies, the good one and the bad one.
Yeah.
Okay? The good one wants to bring humanity up from the dust and rubble of that war back to a state of harmonious development and a similar state of civilized development and infrastructure and so on. Okay? The bad one wants to get back to that level of civilization too, solely for the purpose of reconstructing all of those destructive technologies and being able to lord it over everybody else.
Yeah, kind of like a military-industrial complex.
The Mesopotamian military-industrial complex. That's precisely what we're dealing with. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
In other words, if you think of the Apocalypse of St. John, the great whore Babylon the Great has fallen, and everybody weeps because they're not able to trade with her anymore. Yada yada yada. Well, to me, that is a system.
Oh yes.
It is a system of thinking. It is a system of culture. It is a system of science, and it's most importantly all of this technology. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what the conflict is between. Are these two brotherhoods. And I put it that way because, again, if you go to occult tradition, if you go to esoteric tradition, over and over and over and over, the further back you go, the more you hear about the Brotherhood of Light and the Brotherhood of Darkness.
Oh, yes.
Or the Society or Secret Society of Agartha, and then Shambhala. Whatever you want to call it, it is there in almost every version of occult or esoterica that you can think of, from the Hindu all the way to the medieval Western, okay?
Yes.
And I think, again, that what they're trying to tell us is something very significant, that you had both tendencies survived that cosmic war. Both tendencies had elites that represented them. Mm-hmm. And most importantly, let's go to Babylon's banksters for a moment and remember something that I said at the very beginning of that. If you recall, I said that the real founding purpose of the Bilderberg Group was to take all that Nazi loot that Martin Bormann and company are sitting on top of and move it into the Western banks, where they would be kept off the books, that pile of cash would in turn allow those banks to expand their ledger credit-making entry ability and hence create the post-war boom, all right?
Yes.
In return for which, the Nazis had all of their money laundered and could funnel it back into their projects. Follow me?
Yes.
That was the real purpose of the Bilderberg meetings when they started. It was to create this détente between the surviving bad elite, the Nazis, mm-hmm. and the surviving good elite, the Anglo-American corporate people, all right?
Yeah.
The Rockefeller-Rothschild crowd.
Yes.
Now, let's go back to the Cosmic War. The same circumstance prevails. You have just fought an immensely destructive war, and essentially it left both sides exhausted.
Yes.
So what do the surviving elites do? For a while, just as after World War II, they make common cause.
Aha.
Aha.
Yes.
That's why the story is so muddied.
Yes.
Both after World War II and after the Cosmic War. There's the other source for the editing of texts that we keep bumping into, because it's impossible, if you assume that model to be true, to say that this family of texts represents the good guys, namely the biblical, and that set of texts, namely the Mesopotamian or Egyptian or Hindu or what have you, represent the bad guys.
Yeah.
Because they're all in it together.
Oh my gosh, Joseph.
Uh-huh.
What chance does the little guy have?
Well, I think a great chance, because we are witnessing more and more people waking up to the fact that all of these stories that they have been taught to believe implicitly,
yes,
contain problems.
Yeah.
The real problem for, so to speak, what you're calling the little guy, is that they don't know where to look, and they are afraid to voice the questions that they have. Because the teachers in the universities and the professors in the universities haven't a clue. And if they do have a clue, they're not going to talk about it.
Oh, yeah. They'd lose their tenure.
They'd lose their tenure.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, the rabbis and priests and pastors haven't a clue. Their job is to perpetuate the same old story and the same old answers.
Yeah.
Okay? So, again, I think we're looking at a huge, very, very old problem with these stories. And it goes back to this cosmic war and the fact that you had two tendencies survive and represent themselves in elites.
Yes.
That's the real origin, in my opinion, these surviving elites. These are the origin of the mystery schools. They're the origin of the ancient priesthoods. They're the origin of those secret societies that were attached to them, and so on and so forth. All of this is fallout from that cosmic war.
Boy. Well, you know, even, I mean, so much of this is suppressed. Even the Christian fathers gave ancient testimony of the existence of giants.
Oh, yes, they did.
Augustine believed that mankind was once enormously larger and long-lived.
Yes.
The Roman legions, they battled giant soldiers.
Yes.
Pliny the Elder wrote one giant was over 40 feet tall.
Yeah.
Giants were found among the Celts. You know, these things have been suppressed.
Well, and the reason why is they don't want you looking at them too closely. And
in Ginsberg's Legends of the Jews, Abraham was 20 feet tall.
Yeah. Yes. That's another little tradition, you know, that we don't like to hear about. They don't want you to hear about.
Yeah.
But yes, all of these things are true. Now I get into the evidences for giants and how the ancients most likely misinterpreted a lot of it in Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men. You know me. I lay something out there, and then I'll write another book about it.
Yes, yes.
But the reason I did that is to get people to start thinking. If you're coming from a planet with a larger mass than the Earth, and it's solid, what kind of people are you going to have?
Larger.
Larger. Why? Because they're going to have much more massive bones and so on and so forth because of simply the gravitational structure. You know, it's going to produce that. In one argument, you can look at it the other way and say, well, you're going to have much smaller, shorter, fatter people, too, you know, for the same reason. But, you know, the whole point is to point out all of this that is arguing little details that point in the direction that this exploded planet hypothesis is in fact true, because it correlates so nicely. It makes sense of all of these ancient texts and myths. And what it's telling you is that they're not myth in the sense of being untrue.
Yeah.
They're myth in the sense of containing a core of truth.
Yes. Well, the pre-Adamic world was destroyed by fire and then by water in Noetic times. Could we entertain that is true?
Well, again, the traditions that speak of the pre-Adamic world and its destruction, you know, there's Jewish traditions to this effect. And oddly enough, if you come all the way across the Atlantic Ocean and go visit the Maya, they have similar traditions.
Yeah.
You know, and how does an academic explain that? You know?
Yeah.
They really can't, and they're not even really inclined to try and explain any of that. But the problem there is, again, when you're reconstructing the history of this, and this is one of the big problems I have with Sitchin. You can sit down and read Sitchin, and he's got a detailed chronology of all of this, but you can only derive that detailed chronology by selecting certain things and ignoring others.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So in other words, in the Cosmic War, I'm not trying at all. I even come right out in the introduction and tell you that there are so many chronological problems, so many points in the data set that you have to deal with, such as this business of Hebrew traditions of the pre-Adamic world being destroyed by fire.
Yes.
Okay? Where do you fit that in this scheme of the Cosmic War? Now, having said that, in a certain sense, you can fit it rather neatly, because if you view the rise of modern man, which occurred, according to the geneticists, about 150 to 200,000 years ago.
Yeah.
bang, all of a sudden we have Cro-Magnon man popping up. And if you read the standard evolutionary explanations for it, they make no sense. We're just all of a sudden here.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and very quickly we decide that we don't want to be hunter-gatherers anymore. We want to, we want to create these big civilizations.
Yeah.
And again, this makes no sense. They ignore these things and try and fit it into some kooky evolutionary scheme about how all these civilizations came out. And in the end, they end up not explaining it at all.
Yes.
So the problem is, where do we come from? Well, if there was a pre-Adamic world, if there was a pre-Adamic civilization, then that can be fitted into this cosmic war scenario precisely by all of these divine thunderbolts being cast around.
Yeah.
Because what is a plasma? It's a very, very hot gas.
Yeah.
It's a fire. It's like the sun. So there you go. So you can have all sorts of explanations, but I'm going into this detail to try and show people how to go about, if you're going to go about coming up with a chronology of these events, then you have to work very carefully and you have to pin it around a very broad framework. And to my mind, that broad framework of chronological progression is provided by Van Flander's exploded planet hypothesis.
Boy.
Because there you have an arguable, hard scientific case that can be made for the dating of certain things at certain times.
Yes, yes. Well, another thing, the gods seem to have agreed to starve the people to death.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, yeah. In the Babylonian version of the flood, it's called the Atrahasis epic. Okay, Atrahasis is their name for their Noah character. Okay.
Yeah.
In that version of the story, you read about the fact, and this to me, Georgianne, is really where you begin to see the clues that there are agendas going on behind the texts.
Yes.
Particularly the biblical text, all right?
Yeah.
Because what's the story in the biblical text with Noah? Well, he's the only righteous man around, and we're going to save him and liquidate, in good Yahweh fashion, we're going to liquidate everybody else, which raises just enormous moral problems for me, Yes. But anyway, in the Atrahasis epic, you get a very different take on the reasoning behind the flood. And that is that the gods, and the two gods, incidentally, that are fighting the most are Enlil, our good old friends Enlil and Enki. The law and order guy being Enlil, kind of like a Mesopotamian Joseph Stalin.
Yes.
Yes. And Enki, equally mischievous, kind of, the god of chaos and all of this sort of stuff, kind of like a Mesopotamian Adolf Hitler,
Oh, gosh.
So you're dealing with those two gods, and they're sitting around debating, what are we going to do about man? Because in the epic, the gods complain that the noise made by their own creation, and let's remember that in those texts, they're very clear that modern man is a chimerical created creature, the offspring of some pre-existing hominid on Earth, and then a mingling with their own DNA.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So in other words, we are a genetically engineered species according to those texts.
Yeah.
All right? Well, having created us as slaves to them to ease their burden of work, they'd soon discover that we are propagating like rabbits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And human libido being what human libido is. So in other words, what they're really afraid of is that there's so many of us, they're going to lose their power. That's the thing. So Enlil's first little nasty thing to get rid of us is to starve us to death.
Yeah.
Simply to withhold food.
Well, and what are they talking about today?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Food shortages, prices rising beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's same old. Been here before, been there, done that.
Yeah.
So
Gee.
But the starvation plan isn't working fast enough, and is apparently not going well enough, getting rid of enough humans for these gods to be satisfied with. So Enlil decides to wipe us out by a flood.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's when Enki steps in and subverts the whole process by telling Atrahasis, they're going to wipe you out with a flood. So build a boat and save yourself and some of your friends. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is this is what goes on.
Well, the flood was arranged.
In any version, this is an important point that you just hit on, Georgianne.
Okay.
In any version of the legend of the flood that you consult, be it biblical, Sumerian, Babylonian, Mayan, North American Indian, in any version that you consult, it is an arranged event.
Yeah.
In other words, it is the product of political calculation and a technology that can do it.
Oh my.
That's the key thing.
Yikes. What's changed?
Yes, what's changed?
The position of the stars of heaven changed, and I did not return them to their place.
Yes.
The control of heaven was undone.
Yes.
What about that?
Okay, let's go back to the whole cosmic war hypothesis. Okay? Let's go back to the exploded planet.
Okay.
Do you remember in the Giza Death Star destroyed, I cite the Enuma Elish, okay?
Yes.
And at the very end of what I cite, it says, and Marduk measured the structure of the deep.
Yes.
Okay? Why is that necessary? What's he doing? Well, the whole technology that we're dealing with, Georgianne, is based on what? It's based on planetary positions and celestial alignments, right?
Yes.
If you blow up a planet, that's going to throw a major monkey wrench into the celestial mechanics of the solar system, needless to say, And incidentally, there are even more interesting things in the Babylonian text because Tiamat had her own zodiac system. Okay, and if you read the Babylonian text, what does Marduk do? He comes along and he throws all that out, and he introduces essentially the system that we use now. Okay, so in other words, it looks to me that what's going on is because as a result of the war, you've altered the celestial mechanics of the solar system. You may have knocked a few of the planets off their axis of rotation 1 or 2 degrees, and as a result of that, that's going to change the measurement of all the stars and so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
And their positionings. So in other words, once again, what the texts are telling you is something colossal happened in the solar system, and everything had to be redone.
Oh my gosh.
Now, incidentally, this is where I pick up the story in Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men, is with the story of what is the first thing the surviving elites did after the war. They measured everything.
Yeah. Well, the galactic meaning of the flat Earth, the 4 corners of the Earth. What is that all about? Okay. In all of these ancient symbols that we've heard, like the 4 corners of the Earth or the 4 winds and so on and so forth, all of these things, again, are code for a deep physics. That's the point. So, in other words, let's go to Hoagland's favorite thing, the circumscribed spherical tetrahedron, right? Yeah.
Where you take a 4-pointed, 4-sided tetrahedron, you put it inside of a sphere so that the points or the vertices of the tetrahedron touch the surface of the sphere, okay?
Okay.
What do you got? You've got 4 corners.
Yeah.
You've got, in other words, a little code telling you that the most fundamental Platonic solid has four corners and that spheres rotate that structure somehow and transduce energy from it. That's what they're telling you. The same thing holds true of all rotating systems. They have all got these little tetrahedral mathematical expressions, including the galaxy.
Oh my gosh.
So in other words, again, when you read in an ancient text like the Edda, the Norse myth, when you read about grinding of Hamlet's Mill, and actually that's the name of a book, a very famous book called Hamlet's Mill, by some very respected scientists.
Yes.
That look at ancient texts as codes for this physics. Mm-hmm. So in other words, I'm not even the one that invented it. It was a professor from Harvard or MIT, or I forget which one it was. But in other words, all of this stuff is coded physics. Every last shred of it. And that's what the four corners of the earth means, or the four winds, and so on and so forth, that you sometimes see expressed in Mesopotamian literature.
Oh, boy.
And seven winds, too, incidentally. Why? Why seven?
Why seven?
It's a tetrahedral number.
Oh.
Oh, there we are again.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. That's right.
Boy.
Uh-huh.
Well, these elites, mm-hmm. they even made biological weapons, meaning
yes.
scorpion men,
uh-huh.
fish men,
uh-huh.
and weather weapons,
uh-huh.
invisibility,
uh-huh.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, all of it, all of this stuff is being borne out by modern science.
Yes.
All of it.
They are currently, I guess it was last year, England gave the okay for the scientists to create whatever they wanted.
Yeah. Well, you knew that was going to happen.
And they call them manimals.
Yes, I know.
Gee.
I know, which is interesting, because if you go back, there is, after Alexander the Great conquered his empire,
yeah.
after he died, he divided it into four parts, and each of his major generals took control of one of these parts. The Ptolemies took control of Egypt. The Seleucids took control of Babylon, okay?
Okay.
The so-called Seleucid Empire. Well, that general, in turn, turned around, and incidentally, they did the same thing in Egypt. These generals commissioned the priests of their territories to put into Greek a history of their land, of their country, okay? In Egypt, the task fell to a fellow by the name of Manetho. This is where we get the Egyptian Kings List, as a result of this official history that these generals wanted drawn up.
Yes.
Okay? In Babylon, the fellow's name was a priest by the name of Beresus, okay? Mm-hmm. And he wrote a 3-volume history called the Babylonaica, all right?
Yeah.
Now, most of that history is lost to us.
Oh, yeah.
But it survives in fragments that are quoted in, of all people, Eusebius, the church historian.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, who cites them in his ecclesiastical history. So you can actually sit down and read quotations from this lost Babylonian history, all right? Mm-hmm. In that history, Beresus says precisely the same thing, that at a very, very ancient period, you had all of these chimerical creatures, including, interestingly enough, the idea that mankind himself was once a masculine androgynous creature.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Because daughters weren't born to them until later.
Until later, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you find the same thing in Jewish tradition.
Oh, my gosh.
So, in other words, we're looking, and the fact that it comes in later in the Jewish tradition, to me, is probably a legacy of the Babylonian captivity, where they learned these stories and were attempting, in my opinion, to fit them into their own religious context.
Yeah.
Because, again, let's assume that we're Jews of the 6th century. And we go into exile into Babylon. Well, we've got our religious books, right?
Yes.
And all of a sudden we encounter a culture with the same stories but more details to them.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So what do? We try to make sense out of our own tradition by incorporating into our traditions some of these stories and Hebraicize them.
Yes.
So in other words, I think with some of these things in the Jewish tradition, you're looking at second-hand or second-generation Babylonian stuff.
Oh, yes.
You see, the story gets more and more and more complex.
Yeah.
This is why, if you're going to go back and do a revisionist history of this period of time and incorporate the biblical text, you need to move very slowly and very carefully.
Yes. True. Oh. Well, the weapons that they came up with tap into space and time.
Yes.
The medium itself, Joseph.
Yes.
Good grief.
Yeah, good grief.
Oh. It's mind-boggling.
Yes, it is.
The expanse of time that we would be looking at, oh my gosh.
Well, let's since you're talking about expanse of time,
yeah,
let's put this again into the modern context. When I make comparisons of what happened after the Cosmic War with these surviving elites, and what happened after World War I and World War II with the Allies and Germany, the comparison is not accidental, Georgianne. Because what happens after World War I? The Allies prohibit, in the Treaty of Versailles, prohibit Germany from even really having an effective defense at all.
Yeah.
Now, put yourself in the Germans' shoes for a moment. Here they are, sitting squat in the middle of Central Europe, and they are surrounded by powerful countries.
Oh, yes.
France, England, Italy, Russia, okay?
Yeah.
No self-respecting German politician or military man is going to settle for that state of affairs.
True.
Their national survival depends on an effective defense.
Well, of course.
Of course. So no sooner is the ink dry on the Treaty of Versailles, and the Germans are plotting and planning on how to get around. Forget about the Nazis. This was being done by the Weimar Republic. All right? Now, one of the things that happens in Germany after World War I is that the elites of the country, the corporate elites, the military elite, and so on and so forth, because of the stipulations of the treaty, what did they do? They went underground.
Oh,
and
yeah.
what did they do? It's after World War I that you see a burst of creation of secret societies.
Yes.
Of hidden elites that are, number one, trying to preserve a technological and scientific legacy that was uniquely German. And number two, as a result of this conservation activity, they are also secretly, quietly steering policy behind the scenes.
Oh.
So in other words, let me put it very bluntly. I think that you have represented in 20th century history, particularly in Europe, and the activities that go on in association with the two major world wars, that you have evident activity of the survival of those elites from the Cosmic War, that far back.
Oh my gosh, Joseph.
Why else, Georgianne?
Oh.
Why else do you find the beginnings of a secret space program and a public one in Nazi Germany.
Oh.
With rockets.
Yeah.
Raining down on London in a very visible display of an antiquated technology. While over here, secretly and quietly, what are they working on? Flying saucers, the bell, and all of this horrendous stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And, you know, the same thing occurs after World War II in the Soviet Union. You've got rockets, and then you've got Kozyrev off over here doing his little thing.
Yeah.
And we don't even find out about it until 40 years later, you know.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, exactly. This is a very, very big story, and it's a very old one. And, you know, my model, Georgianne, is that, yeah, I am really proposing that these two brotherhoods or elites or whatever you want to call them have survived for that long.
Clear back to
the end of that cosmic war. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my.
Because if you stop and think, what am I doing with Babylon's banksters? I'm filling in a little part of the history of what they're up to after that war.
Yeah.
If you go look at the Philosopher's Stone, I'm filling in the Middle Ages a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
With the Nazi books, I'm filling in the modern period. So, you know, I've still got gaps to fill in. Certainly. Yeah. Big, huge ones. Gaping ones. But, in other words, the model has worked so far, it hasn't let me down.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's a big story.
Well, the Enuma Elish is an account of war, not a creation epic.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm glad you raised that, because if you go to a seminary, for example, and a fairly liberal one, you might be exposed to some of these Mesopotamian traditions and myths, right?
Yes.
And the Enuma Elish is one of them that sometimes you're exposed to. Well, they teach you in universities and seminaries, well, this is a creation epic.
Yeah.
Because what do you have? You have creation emerging from the primordial chaos, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you sit down and read the danged thing, it's not a creation story at all. It's the story of a war. A real, honest-to-goodness, actual war. And if you read the details, particularly in the fourth tablet of the Enuma Elish, incidentally, there were 7 tablets, instead of 7 days, 7 tablets, okay? Yeah. And that's, you know, that had contributed to a certain extent that the academics back in the 19th century, when they discovered these stories, that's the reason they thought they were looking at the Sumerian version of Genesis, okay?
Yeah.
But it has nothing whatsoever, nothing at all to do with creation. It's got everything to do with this war of the gods, because the details in the fourth tablet of the destruction of Tiamat are describing in detail the destruction of a planet, and doing so with the detailed physics signatures that you would see if you were dealing with the kind of physics that we've been talking about in this series.
Oh, my gosh, Joseph. Oh.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's gigantic.
Yeah, that's
It's gigantic. And if all of this is true, Georgianne, this is the significant thing. If all of this, and italicize, boldface, and underline the word if, okay? Because I'm certainly not presenting any of this as just hard dogmatic fact. It's my considered opinion.
Yes.
But nothing more. If all of this be true, then it has a profound effect on the way we should interpret modern events and who is behind them and
Absolutely.
why.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well, going back that long ago, who was present on the earth? The sons of heaven.
Yes.
The B'nai Elohim.
Yes.
The sons of God. The Anunnaki. Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I don't obviously don't discount those stories. I believe them. I believe that we're not dealing with some sort of theological, pious, pie-in-the-sky stuff that has to be explained away in little Sunday school lectures. I think that we are dealing with a hard fact and reality.
Well,
and incidentally, hold on to your thought.
Okay.
Because I want to add this. For the kind of genetic engineering to take place, as is indicated in those ancient texts, there has to be an initial genetic compatibility to begin with.
Oh, yes.
So in other words, my friends, what we're looking at with these Anunnaki or B'nai Elohim or what have you, what we're looking at in terms of the implications of modern genetic science is we're looking at our genetic cousins out there somewhere. In other words, the species Homo sapiens sapiens is part of the genus Homo sapiens, right?
Yes.
There are other members of that family. That's the other implication of those ancient texts. And they're out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Out there somewhere.
And MIT, several years ago, there was a science program on television, and MIT was presenting foreign objects that had been extracted from the human body.
Yes.
And they claimed that they were implants of some type.
Yes.
There are numerous agencies that make the same claims.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, that whole technology of cybernetic implants and so on, is something I touch on in Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men. We do not need E.T. to explain that technology. Absolutely do not. The technology publicly in the record goes back to the 1950s to a psychologist and a medical doctor by the name of Dr. Jose Delgado, all right?
Yes.
A name I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes.
And, you know, in a very famous demonstration of what he could do with his implants, he stepped into a bull ring in Spain. He was a Spanish doctor. He stepped into a bull ring in Spain, and he had already implanted one of these, 1950s clunky things in the bull's brain.
Yeah.
And, of course, the bull charged at him.
Yeah.
And Delgado just stood there very calmly. He had this little remote control thing in his hand. And as the bull got closer, he simply pressed a button, and the bull stopped dead in its tracks. Just stood there.
Yeah.
Okay? That's with 1950s technology.
Well, back then, around the same era, in mental institutions, they had implanted pleasure devices.
Yes, exactly, yes.
And they learned that the wearer of this kind of implant would burn out the pleasure center of their brain.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it is possible. And, these mind manipulation techniques and mind control technologies I get into in a very interesting context, incidentally, in Genes, Giants, Monsters, and Men. Because if you're familiar with it, and then you go back and look at ancient texts, particularly those claiming revelation as their authority.
Yes.
Okay? Some sort of special revelation. What it looks to me that you're dealing with, again, is a technique of mind manipulation, of social engineering, to be very blunt.
Yeah.
In the name of religion. And you're looking at, in some cases, I think, a leftover technology from that high civilization. Oh, yeah. And again, I'm putting all of this out there as speculation because people, particularly of religious inclination, need to be aware that if these technologies existed back then.
Oh, yeah.
If we're arguing and accepting this whole cosmic war, ancient civilization hypothesis, and if we accept that hypothesis as a basis for looking at things, then we have to understand that if these technologies exist, they imply massive changes in the way we look at some very familiar texts.
Yes.
And what's going on in them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, they're not too pleasant, and I leave it for people of religious inclination to figure out an apologetic response. That's not my intention in these books, is to lay out what's called a theodicy, a systematic explanation for evil and its existence and so on and so forth. I'm simply laying things out there for people's consideration. But it does raise massive, massive, massive issues for any sort of religious apologetics, be it Christian or Jewish or Muslim, what have you.
Yes.
Because all of those religions are, to a certain extent, affected by some of these conclusions, if they be true.
Oh, Joseph, you've done it again.